Hey, what's up, Noah? What's going on, man? Back in 1 second. About to get started. Hemorrhage fist. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was gonna go for. I said let's try it. I was just gonna respec from where I was at, but we were kind of late into Act One. We were what, level 9 or 10. So I mean, that's a little bit, but I don't really mind starting over because a big part of it is picking out which order to pick your points in and what you really want to roll with first. I was like, well, probably the wisest thing would be to take Fist of the Maker because that stagger affects everybody. And Hemorrhage comes a lot later. But also, while you're working on Blood Magic, if you don't have any points to put into that yet, you can fill out other stuff. And then when you do hit 14, Yeah, honestly, I mean, hemorrhage affects everybody too. So, I mean, you know, you could probably get Fist of the Maker a little bit earlier by a level or two, but I don't know. Blood magic is a little more fun. The whole idea of, you know, ripping somebody apart from the inside, you know, that type of shit, right? So, either way, it's, you know, it's end of the day stuff. But making sure we had enough points to spend at the end of the day to get everything that we wanted. But yeah, the honestly, the skill order probably wouldn't have been all that different. But I think we wanted to jump over here to the backwards compatible. That even though it has its issues in spots, I don't know. You know, the original kind of has its things too. Yeah, I try to throw the spirit stuff in there too. I'm sacrificing that for other stuff. Spirit, man, I just get really, really hooked on that 10% crit chance. I mean, that by itself is not really worth putting 8 points into anything. It's like almost a third of your points, you know, your total points. You know, just into that one tree. So just for pretty much that one thing. The rest of the tree doesn't really serve much of a purpose. Not really. The elemental tree that's just kind of your just basic for everything. Primal tree, a lot of enemies have like immunities to it. Like, if you know, I've gone just, I think, like primal and spirit. Try to avoid the elemental tree altogether so we can put some points in other stuff. And it was like not having certain things for like Canary. Canary are immune to the primal tree, basically. They're immune to lightning completely, and the stone stuff doesn't really bother them because they're considered heavily armored. So you don't really bypass their armor with any of that shit. They're either immune to it or they're highly resistant. So it's been my experience that, I mean, certain situations where you seem to be extra strong, and but I'd say at least half the time, if not more than half the time, you're nerfed a lot. So like that didn't really work well. Now you can avoid the elemental tree entirely. You know, that takes away the chain lightning stagger, but so I don't know. To get chain lightning upgraded, you only need 3 points in it. So it's a relatively cheap combo that's really useful early on, especially. And then you can just keep. You know, you can just keep as a quick strike thing.
Who are these people? I demand to know.
I saw them talking to Mirren.
Mirren? You blithering idiot. Why didn't you say something sooner? Don't just stand there. Kill them!
Get wrecked. Dude, we didn't even need help. Usually I run over there screaming to the guards. No health potions left, though. That sucks.
Dead and buried. Well, dead. Good. May the bloody vultures feast on his corpse and shit him into the ocean.
I'm telling you, I love this guy.
Welcome to the Red Iron. Tell your uncle I'm making the arrangements now.
There's one thing about doing this on backwards compatible. First of all, there are a lot of boss fights that have a lot of problems. Like the leveling, the scaling is just, it's like all completely screwed up. Playing it OG on the 360. Also, we removed all the DLC stuff. Extra staves, armor, stuff. We're just kind of going with what the game's offering. That might affect the backwards compatible in some way. Not having that extra stuff in there, maybe there's some kind of coding issue, and I doubt it. I don't know enough about computers to say one way or the other. I just know how it plays when it's the way it's supposed to play, and then what it does sometimes. But on the flip side of that, like certain fights are borderline, if not completely impossible. Where if we could take that exact same fight with the exact same party and the exact same build over to the 360, and we'd run that shit over in like 2 seconds. You'd be like, damn, what the... Oh, hey, what's up, Dylan? I'll see you in a minute. What's going on? And hey, thanks for that, man. Making it rain up in here. Like that, shooting the dart down the barrel of the gun. Sorry, man. Oh, you too, man. Hope you're doing good there. I can, hang out with you guys for a little bit. So we got, just put laundry in. Well, I had to, I got a front loader, and I didn't realize front loaders are common. Like, they actually, like, make stuff for this. Is, like, okay, so a top-load washing machine pretty much gravity drains all the water out of it for the most part, so you don't have as much, like, stagnant water that might sit there. And, you know, like, if you haven't done a load in, like, in a while, it can get kind of rank and stuff. And then it can even mix in with your next wash. Just a little bit. And so I was like, man, I had like a kind of funky smell on his shirt. It was clean, but it smelled it didn't, well, I mean, yeah, it didn't stink. It was just rank. Like, it was like, I don't know. Anyway, I didn't like it. So, yeah, my mom's like, if you got a front loader, man, you gotta do a cleaning cycle on that shit, you know, every so often. And apparently once a month, if you use it regularly, I guess. Honestly, if you use it less regularly, you should probably do it even more often than that, because apparently the front loaders, there's always going to be a little water sitting at the bottom, and it's going to get, you know, stagnant and whatever. So I ran a whole cycle with one of those little pouches. I went to the store and bought one of those little pouch things. You just basically just pour it in there and just let it run itself without anything in it. And then I opened the door and I smelled in there, and I was like, don't really kind of smell anything. You know, so I was like, okay, well, that worked. Well, I don't have any choice where I live. And I mean, the washing machine itself is great. It's like an industrial washing machine. It's just miniature. It's like, you know, yay big. Probably does what you'd consider like half a load, I guess. But it's like super stout. Like when it's in spin mode with like a full load in it, dude, it'll shake this end of my house from that end of the house. Like, dude, it's strong. And it works. It cleans my stuff. I mean, so there's that. But yeah, apparently the whole stagnant water thing is an issue. You just got to stay on top of it. Get a good. I'm guessing it's probably just like powdered bleach and some kind of, you know, scented stuff in there. It's probably all it is. There's probably even a cheaper way to do the exact same thing, probably with just bleach. I wouldn't doubt it, but whatever. Anyway, I got the little thing that was designed for just that. We'll see. I'll do this load, and if I pull it out of the dryer and I go to put on a shirt and it still smells like kind of moldy or something, just kind of off, then I'll know that didn't work. But anyway, whatever. It works. Anyway, thanks, Dylan. Appreciate that. It's awesome. So we got this great idea to come over here to the backwards compatible, and it does run better. And now I haven't put on the frame boost. This is just how it runs natively, just naturally. It is smoother. There's almost no loading screens. But there are problem spots in the game. So really not really sure why I did this. Probably just to make the game run smoother and stuff like that. But I don't know. I mean, when it comes to issues, though, this game certainly has them. They work like anything else. I can tell you this, because this is, well, I mean, I can tell you what I've heard about them from people who have them, is that they just take twice as long. Like, let's say you had a washing cycle that takes between 40 minutes and an hour, and then you had a drying cycle that took between 45 minutes and an hour and a half. The exact same load would take you all together, like, instead of being like in the hour and a half to 2 hour range, it'd be like over 3 hours total for like to do the same thing. That's what I've heard about them. They just take forever. But it's kind of, you just throw them in there and just forget about it. And then, you know, at the end of the day, go back and then go fold your shit. And I mean, I guess there's that. That seems pretty convenient, but that's what I've heard. They just take a lot longer. So if you're in a hurry, I wouldn't suggest that. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, we're right here. Do y'all remember me saying why I did this? Because this was just what? Just last night? Why did we switch over to the Series X? 360 wasn't giving us any problems that I remember. I'm just not looking forward to the bullshit that's just common with the Series X, like Zebenkek, a couple other things. Sir Varnell, that's a bad one. The two friggin' Revenants on Sundermount in Act 3, they're impossible. I'm backwards compatible. They're literally level 50. And at best, when you get there, you're level, I don't know, 20, 21 or something at the I mean, probably at the most. Yeah, they're level 50. 50 plus. And no, they're not supposed to be. They're supposed to be scaled to you whatever level you are. Yeah, two loads is like going to be a full day. Like that type of thing. That's what I've heard about them. You know, if you keep up a load at a time and you can just put them in there in the morning, go to work, come back and then, you know, fold them and, you know, put your shit up. Pretty convenient for that, I guess, because you don't have to be there to pull them out of the washer and throw them in the dryer, you know, an hour or two later. You could just, you know, throw that shit in there and, you know, just plug and play. Just wash it and forget about it. Go to work, go do your thing, come back at the end of the day, and there you go. But if you got several loads that you want to do, and that's pretty much going to be an all-day thing. That's what they say. I mean, hell, laundry's almost an all-day thing anyway, if you got 2 or 3 loads to do. Imagine doubling that, yeah. But I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's also much more convenient to just be able to throw your shit in there and know when you come back it's going to be dry and clean. Then you can just fold it and go. I mean, that's pretty convenient too. Because like me, I work evenings, and then when I get back in the evening, like tonight, I have to, no matter what, even if I'm just ready to pass out, I still have to wait till it's done washing to throw it in the dryer. Then I can just go crash out if I have to, and whatever, you know. Whenever I get up, then I can pull it out of there and, you know, take care of it. But, so like, you know, in that case, honestly, an all-in-one probably do me pretty right. Get home from work, throw my shit in there, and just get it started. And then I can finish my night, stream however long I want to, go straight to bed, wake up, pull my uniform out of the thing, and go on about my business. That would actually be pretty convenient. Not gonna lie. I'm trying to figure out why the fuck we're on backwards compatible. Why I did this. I really don't know. It just seems kind of stupid. Did the 360 crash on us a couple times or some shit like that? That's not the game's fault. That's maybe the 360 going bad or something. Maybe it was a battery issue? I don't think so. Sorry, I just know beyond a shadow of a doubt there's bullshit with this as far as the game is concerned. It's just literally bullshit. Why I would sign that? I mean, I went and got a 360 on purpose for a reason. So why am I not using it? Yeah, I know you can't do the Rock Wraith in one cycle on the OG. I know that. Outside of that, what's the problem? Why did I do this? I mean, I'm just asking that out loud. I'm sure none of you guys have any idea. Any football watchers see the Jaden Daniels injury tonight? Arms aren't meant to bend backwards like that. I hope it's a dislocated elbow, which is easily probably the rest of the season. Probably, you would think. I've seen a basketball player suffer almost the same thing. Falling down on the court and his elbow just went backwards. He played the rest of the game. He was a point guard for Boston Celtics some years ago. Long time ago, but anyway, but it wasn't quite as bad as no, Jaden Daniels, his shit went backwards about like 40 degrees. I went to a you can find them. Go to your area and go to what would you look up? I would look up retro gaming. Maybe go just go look up original Xbox 360. Either refurbished or new or whatever. I seriously doubt you're going to find a new one anywhere. If you do, you're probably going to pay a lot for it because it's going to be unopened and it's like going to be a specific collector's item. So I wouldn't look for that. But go look for a refurbished one. Try to find a place that'll sell you one that has at least a basic warranty on it, like at least like a month. If it's going to go bad on you, if it's bad, you're going to know within a month if it's bad. Like if the hard drive doesn't work or, you know, the disk drive doesn't work, some shit like that. You're going to know. And even then, I mean, if you had it and your disk drive failed, you know, like, you could still, okay, you can't use the marketplace on the 360 anymore, but if you have something paid for on the marketplace, you can go to like a recent purchases type of thing, which doesn't give you access to buy anything from the store through your Xbox 360, but anything you already own, you can download to it. So like Dragon Age 2, I have Dragon Age 2 digital copy. I can download it. And then shit, in that case, what I did, it seems like I downloaded the digital copy, I put in my disc, and the disc forced an update. So like the digital copy, the problem used to be, now I think they fixed it, but there was a point where the Dragon Age 2 digital copy, it's why I insisted on using a disc for all those years. The actual digital, okay, the digital copy thought it was updated, but it wasn't. So you couldn't update it. You couldn't even force it to re-update itself. And so it was unupdated, but it said it was updated, so you couldn't update it again. You know, it's like that file is full. We already got that. So you couldn't like overwrite it with an update. But you can essentially solve that, or potentially solve that, by downloading your digital edition and then putting your disc in. And if your disc forces an update or downloads an update automatically, right? There you go. You got your updated copy. Then pull your disc out and just play your digital copy. I think that's how I did it. And it was really working just like Dragon Age is supposed to work. And like, why? Once again, why the fuck am I playing on backwards compatible? This doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, I don't want to get all into this and be like, why am I even doing this? Like hours from now, I'll be like, dude, this is failure. This is literally failure. Just, I don't know, save this, I guess. But I'm going to my 360 because this is just stupid. This the backwards compatible has problems. It does some things better, but how can you do better than just doing it right? So, give me a second. Let me just go unplug this shit and hold on. This wouldn't be bad if it let me play the original Mass Effect discs, right? Because I don't, you can't even buy the OG Mass Effects backwards compatible. I don't think. I mean, maybe you can, and that might even be the way to go. I wouldn't mind a disc set. I had the disc set for PS3, but I don't have my PS3 anymore. But wouldn't mind a disc set for the 360 if you could even find one anywhere anymore. I don't even know if GameStop sells 360 games at all. I think they phased that shit out a while ago. Probably couldn't even find it. If there would, it would be a bargain bin, and you'd be lucky to find a game that you would even, you know, play. So, hold on a second. I'm getting out of this. I know it plays faster and stuff, but outside of that, there's no reason to do this. So, oh, at worst, all I have to do is just refresh the capture card. Downtown Game Store. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, old systems. You can find, it's almost impossible to find original controllers, but they'll have like, I mean, everyone I've seen, there's several that are within range of where I live. I just did it for my birthday. It was my birthday present to myself type thing. I said, I want a 360 and I want to play Dragon Age 2 the way it's supposed to be played. I want to go play OG Mass Effect the way it's supposed to be played. Although I do believe you can do that, but I don't want backwards compatible. Like I want to play it off the discs, if that makes any sense. So even if I did play it on the Series X, it needs to let me play it off the discs. If it won't, I've got a 360 for that. Seems like there was, Lord of the Rings, War in the North. We played that shit for like a month or two or something. That's where some of you guys met us. You know, well, some of you guys have been around forever, but you know, some of you guys just recently started hanging out with us. It was on that game, right? Because it's the only way you can play it. Yeah, you got to have the disc, and you got to have an original 360. It's not backwards compatible. You can't get it anywhere else. I don't even think it's on PC unless you get like, I don't know, a third-party thing for it or something. You can't even buy it on Steam. So, you know, that was like total. That was basically worth it by itself. And then playing Dragon Age 2 the way it's supposed to be played, meaning none of the glitches, none of the backwards compatibility issues. Yeah, you got longer loading screens, and you know it's an old choppy 360 game. Okay, but it works the way it's supposed to. You know, all the updates are installed the way they're supposed to be, and everything's balanced the way it's supposed to be. If there's a glitch or two, it's just in the game. But outside of that, you don't have all the stuff that backwards compatibility adds to a game in terms of glitchiness, bugginess, coding issues, who knows what else. It's because it's basically an emulator copying, but it's running on like a whole lot more memory, a whole lot more processing power, and I think things honestly just get skipped over. Because you can run it at like 500% frame rate, which you could, 15 years ago, right? There's just that right off the top. Plus, modern RAM, if you just get down to it, you could put like, I don't know, probably anywhere from 5 to, 15 old Xbox 360s on a RAM, just on the RAM, right? We're not talking about your whole hard drive, which is terabytes now. Back then, shit, you were lucky to have, what was it? What, 10 gigs or some shit like that, 20 gigs or whatever. No, it was definitely more than that. But you didn't hear of no terabyte shit back then. So, yeah. Well, no, I guess I take that back. You could eventually get a terabyte drive for a PS3. They never came out with that for the 360s, though. I think the most was 500, and that was like huge, and that was like a special edition thing. If I remember right, that was all you were going to get. Anyway, whatever, doesn't really matter. I'm going to go switch this to my 360, so just, y'all give me a second. And we'll just start this character the way it's supposed to go. I don't know why I got on here. I'm sure I said something stupid at the time. Forgive me, I don't know what I was thinking. All right, so turn that off. I just got to switch them over. Let's see. I do honestly prefer the series, the Xbox Series controllers over the 360 controllers. I do prefer that. I do like that design. I also really like the PS4. I haven't tried a PS5, but I'm assuming it's not too different. But the PS4 controllers was much better than the original DualShocks. Like, they're about as comfortable as a Series X controller, in my opinion. Okay. Okay. Y'all miss that? Y'all miss that sound too? Anybody? Some of you guys might be, I don't want to say too young, but I mean, kind of maybe. There might be a couple of you out there that are a little too young to remember just that old nostalgic. I don't know. When I hear it, it reminds me of all those games being introduced by the 360, especially in that golden age between about 06 and between about 2006 and 2012, just in that range, just right through there. That, man. I mean, that's when those were the best Call of Duties, you know. Maybe not the game itself in terms of features or whatever. It was actually a little simpler back in the day, but like that made it even better. But it was just the competitive aspect of the game. It's just, I mean, you would just stay up all night with your buddies playing that shit, even if you had to get up for work at like 5 a.m. At 4:30, you were like, we can get in one more. You know, it was that type of, it was just so addictive. I mean, I don't know what else you call it. Everything about it was just, it was fun, it's exciting, it was a culture. You know what? That's probably not the worst word for it. It was like a culture. And you either got it or you didn't. And if you were part of that, you were part of it. That was a special time for games. And I'm not just saying, oh, back in the day it was good and it just sucks since then. And then, I mean, well, I do say that, but not for that reason. It's just that little period of time right there. That generation, I guess you would say, as far as Xbox and PlayStation consoles were concerned, it's generational. That generation right there, everything just clicked. Like, games were coming out with shit nobody had seen before. Everything was fresh and exciting. Anybody could make it just an amazing game if they tried hard enough. You know, it was worth it. And then, shit, after Skyrim's. I mean, maybe Skyrim's not 100% responsible for everything Satan's ever done on the planet. Okay, whatever. But that sure seemed to be a pretty key moment where a lot of genres of games got so watered down and so vanilla and just garbage. You know, it's like all the innovation, all the art left the building. And then it was just a bunch of, well, let's get more processing power and create more, you know, graphics and more pretty shit. And, you know, I can run, you know, 164K at, you know, 480 frames a second and all that. Who gives a fuck? If your game sucks, I don't care about any of the rest of that shit. And I don't think anybody else should either, but that's my opinion. Anyway. I seriously don't know why we just didn't stick to this, because this is literally why I bought this shit in the first place. So, forgive me for jumping over there. We'll do the exact same thing here. Not a problem. No. Those would be the cloud saves from the Series X, which is cool that that's still an option between the consoles. That's pretty cool that they still have that. The one thing the one thing they don't have anymore on the 360 is Marketplace. and probably server access for some games, like Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, especially OG. I believe that was shut down by BioWare anyway. I mean, they stopped paying for servers. Hell, they stopped paying for the Origins servers, to be honest. Yeah, they stopped that shit when they shut down their forums. True story. We'll create new saves here. We'll do the same thing with the Mage, though. Alright, so good. Yeah. And I don't know that a save on the... I don't know that I trust a save from the Series X transferred over here either.
Had gentler invitations.
I am Cassandra Pentecost, Seeker of the Chantry.
And just, what are you seeking?
The champion.
Which one?
You know exactly why I'm here. Time to start talking, dwarf. They tell me you're good at it.
Stabbed him right in the book.
What do you want to know?
Stabbed him in the book.
Start at the beginning.
I had a friend on Twitter say that one time. Yeah, Varric getting stabbed in the book. I forget. Anyway, it was hilarious.
Scouts. We will have to fight them sooner or later.
Then we make our stand here. Prepare yourself.
No matter how many times you do this is still fun. Just nuking the shit out of everybody for free.
Be careful! One less to worry about.
Shit, and nuking the shit out of Carver for free.
Perhaps we'll be lucky, and they'll run out of Darkspawn.
This tells you who you're stuck with, though. Where's Bethany in
Shall
this?
I give them a
right?
taste of my blade?
This is Varric's short version.
All yours, brother.
Oh, this is cool as shit. Dude, just cut him in half with limbs and shit just flying everywhere.
Gotcha!
So much blood.
One less to worry
Start
about.
nuking Carver again. I'm sorry. That's not supposed to be that funny, right? But, like, it still totally is. Oh, God.
There's no end to them.
Dun da da! Dramatic music plays. Da da! Da 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 da!
Bullshit.
Bullshit.
That's not what really happened.
Bullshit.
Does that not match the story you've heard, Seeker?
I'm not interested in stories. I came to hear the truth.
Hey, Dylan,
What
how's
makes you
Mom?
think I know the truth?
Don't lie to me. You knew
How's
her
Mom
even
doing?
before she became the champion.
Even if I did, I don't know where she is now.
All good out
Do
there
you
in
have
the
any
New
idea
Zealand.
what's at
No
stake
zombie
here?
apocalypse kicked off yet?
Let
We just
me
had daylight
guess.
savings time.
Your precious
At
chantries
least over
fall
here.
into pieces
Does
and put
does
the
everybody
entire
have daylight
world
savings
on the
time
brink of
everywhere?
War.
Is that like a
And you
global
need the
thing, or is it
one
just
person who could
we're
help
just
you
stupid
put
here
it
in the
back
U.S.?
Together.
The champion was at the heart of it when it all began. If you can't point me to her, tell me everything you know.
You aren't worried I'll just make it up as I go?
Not at all.
Not at all.
You'll need to hear the whole story.
Cassandra's like was seriously pretty much my favorite in Inquisition. I love Cassandra. I mean, her character was just, it was really fleshed out. Cassandra, Sarah, Dorian, and even Vivian. It's probably everywhere. I guess, I just never thought to ask, but I'm like, huh. I'm old. It'd probably be good to know this now. Does everybody have daylight savings time everywhere? Or is it just America? We're just stupid here. Now everybody's stupid everywhere? Okay, that's awesome. Well, that makes me feel not so singled out then. See, how do we make our character? What did I use? This one? I think I did. A little bit long face. I think I had to move everything up. I should be able to do this pretty quick. I mean, that was pretty simple. Yeah, I didn't like the eyes very much. Those are Bethany's eyes right there, I think. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. But I love character creator. Sorry, I get a little bit lost in this, though. That's an old school QWERTY, right? Old school. Nice. I mean,
The blight?
you're not a real blood mage unless you burned off all your hair and eyebrows permanently.
Clashing
You know,
against the army at the ruins of Ostagar.
doing fireball stuff.
The battle was a disaster. King Kalen died on the field with his men, betrayed by his most trusted general. Unopposed, the Horde marched on the village of Lothering. The village burned, and many innocents were slaughtered. The champion's family barely escaped in time.
I think that's all of them.
For the moment, make us save us. We've lost it all. Everything your father and I built.
Just set some shit on fire. That's that look.
At least we're alive. That's no small feat.
What are you gonna set on fire? Everything.
You're right. We should have run sooner. Why did we wait so long?
Why are you looking at me? I've been running since Ostagar.
Not to interrupt, but the Blight's not going to wait while we stand here pointing fingers.
Please, listen to your sister.
Then let's go. Lead on.
Alright, so all we should have over there is whatever comes with the Black Emporium. Yeah, it's just... the Blood Dragon stuff, I think that's... pre-order shit that you used to get, and then they just kind of included it with everything. There's Blue Flame. But I don't think we're supposed to be getting all this. Hold on a second. Okay, those are just codexes that appear. Now Fade Shears... What the fuck, man? Oh, that's Sebastian's stuff. Sebastian actually came with the Black Emporium, if I recall. Okay. Alright, normally that shit goes on for like 5 minutes. So there'll be a chest when you get there. It comes with the Black Emporium. It's at Gamlen's house. The statues for the DLC is there. But what we're just gonna play this without without like all the extra mage items, rogue items and stuff, which means a lot of our companions aren't going to have like really the only one that really makes a difference is Varric's. Because Varric gets a belt and it's an amulet, right? It's either a belt and an amulet or a belt and a ring. Pretty sure it's a belt and an amulet. No, actually, I think it is a belt and a ring. Whatever it is, doesn't really matter. The belt like gives him like +1 to all attribute points. You don't need it. You don't need it. That's why I'm playing without it. That's why I'm playing without it. You should have the Black Emporium for free. You should have that for free. And if you don't have that for free, you can go into the marketplace and get it for free because there's actually an item box in the Black Emporium that you're supposed to have. Like, the Black Emporium actually was created as basically an update. It fixes some issues and inserts some things into the game that don't really have any, like, gameplay value. They're not like OP items. Well, one of them is a dagger that's okay to use for until you're about level 5 or something. It doesn't suck. It's not great. It's not bad. But there's key armor pieces for each class that aren't in the game elsewhere that have a rune slot in them. The stats on them are fucking complete trash. But they have a rune slot. So definitely something to hang on to. If you don't have DLC stuff, which does provide armors and, you know, some cool rings and amulets and things like that, mostly for your party members. Honestly, like, you know, there'll be like 2 items for Isabella, 2 items for Sebastian, 2 items for everybody. Aveline, Varric, you know, etc., etc. Varric gets a really cool belt. But there's a belt you can buy in the underground at the docks that does essentially the same thing. It doesn't level with you like the DLC items do. I think that's really the key thing, is once you get into Act 3, it's kind of like plug and play. Okay, I got these items for these characters. I don't need to give them any more shit. Everything that I don't want, I just sell it from here on out because they're set. It's kind of convenience. For the most part, it's not overpowered. Like, for example, Meryl, she gets a decent ring. And then I think she gets a ring and an amulet, and the amulet is complete trash. Unless you're just not going to use her blood magic. And you're going to use her as an elemental mage, which on Nightmare, you can't do that anyway. So, like, it's literally just garbage. Out of all of them, if you're going to use Isabella gets a cool item. It's helpful. In her build, it's actually helpful. But outside of that, it's really nothing. One cool thing about this, though, is once we do get to Gamlen's, we don't have to sort through all this shit and say, okay, I'll keep this and then store that for later. And there's a couple things. We can use them or not. Doesn't really matter. I think if we're gonna run this build the way I plan on it, might really want to consider having Fenris in at some point. And then we got to consider resources. We got to consider having enough health to do all the things that I want to do. That's a huge part of it too. See, we could very easily just skip the blood magic altogether and literally just use the force tree and still probably be able to get the spirit stuff in there. We would just be losing hemorrhage, and you lose all the fun part of playing a blood mage in the first place. Because, I mean, there is something to that. It is kind of fun. Even though you're way nerfed compared to the enemy blood mages. Alright, so definitely the first thing to do. Let's see. God damn it. Thank you. You want that setting for all of your ranged characters. Anybody that's ranged. Varric, any mage. Sebastian. Varric, Sebastian, or any ranged mage. Anybody other than basically Aveline, Isabella, and what, Fenris? Yeah. Everybody else that's ranged, set them to ranged, and then set them to, if enemy is using ranged attack, then attack. That's just mandatory. So, with Bethany, we come up here. That's fine. See? Just like that. Stop him for just a second.
Here we go! That's enough! I always wanted to try this. Stand back! Now you fall! That's enough! There's probably a lesson here about the dangers of magic. I'm at you!
Oh, like, hardcore, the two best shit talkers in the entire game, times 1,000, are Bethany and Isabella. Like, it's just worth just having them along, just to hear the shit that they talk when you're fighting. Anders is like a creepy, pervy, pedophile, sicko. Okay, no. And Aveline really doesn't say much. Aveline doesn't really say anything unless everybody else gets knocked out. And like, she's the only one alive. Type of thing. She really doesn't say much. Carver, he'll say stupid shit every once in a while. Who really cares? I mean, who actually plays with Carver? If you're going to play with Carver, play with Fenris. Because Fenris is twice as cool and 3 times better. Just like if you're going to play with Sebastian, play with Varric. He's twice as cool and 10 times better. So, like, I mean, seriously. Alright, so I always go with this just right out the chute. Because this is about as close as you're going to get to an AoE. Right here. No, that's not true. You could roll a fireball too, I guess. But it doesn't work on anybody once you get to the gallows. Almost everybody's immune to fire. So, well, maybe the first group of thugs isn't, but the main ones, the assholes that you have to deal with from Mirren, they're immune to fire. This works on everybody, and I really think it does the most damage out of anything, to be honest. Nice.
Wait. Where are we going?
So did everybody have a good weekend? Didn't really
Away
get
from
to
the Darkspawn. Where else?
talk to you guys
And then
around
where?
Halloween.
We can't just wander
Really?
aimlessly.
It seems like Halloween night. I got home from work so late. Shit, what? Showered, just passed out. I think. I didn't stream Halloween night. I don't think I did. Oh, some of you guys don't even. Is there a Halloween over there in Europe? Or the UK or whatever? You guys have anything like that? Because I know like we have Christmas and then a lot of you guys have Boxing Day, right? So over here in the U.S. it's Christmas. Canada, I think it's Christmas in Canada too. And even in the South Americas, I mean they call it something different, but it means the same thing, as far as I know. Europe, it's what, Boxing Day? Seems like in Australia, I think Frosty told us they have Boxing Day too. But maybe it's called something different, but it's essentially the same thing. Or something. Anyway.
So long as we wander aimlessly away from the Horde, I'm happy.
We can go to Kirkwall.
Well, that wouldn't be my first choice.
There's a lot of Templars in Kirkwall, Mother. I know that.
Mother.
But we still have family there.
Mother.
And an estate. Then we need to get to Gwarin and take ship.
If we survive that long, I'll just be happy to get out of here.
And here we go again.
You will not have him!
So gangster.
They will not have you. Not while I breathe.
Yeah, we win.
Stop squirming, Wesley. You'll make it worse.
Apostate, keep your distance.
This is how the damage is supposed to make it playable on Nightmare. You're not getting any benefit, you're not getting any bonus.
I thought they
Especially
all
from
abandoned
fucking
Lothering.
frame rate bonuses
The
that you get with
Spawn
backwards
are clear
compatible,
in their
but you're not getting
intent.
the
But a mage is
broken
always unknown.
leveling and broken scaling
The order dictates.
that gives you as well.
Wesley.
I'm really only saying all this because this
The
is comparing it
order
to years
dictates.
of playing the backwards compatible and getting used to it. Honestly,
They
thought we'd
saved
come back
us
here and just really
and
start
make her
owning some shit
understand.
sometimes, just because we had to train twice as hard
Of course.
to
I am
fight
Evelyn
shit that's
Valem.
8 times
This is
harder
my
than it's
husband,
supposed to be
Sir
half the
Wesley.
time.
We can
Which
hate
is,
each other
there
when
is
we're
some truth
safe
to
from
that.
the Horde.
But then one or two uber occasions were actually made not necessarily easier, because you could die faster, but you could kill them faster as well. Like, if you thought you could kill them fast on this, you could kill them really fast on that, but they could do twice as much damage to you as well. So, I mean, it balanced out in a way. Anyway,
The wrath of the
I
Templars
just
is
like playing it the
terrible
way
indeed.
it was designed to be played. If you
More
beat a
so
game
their
on
wives.
its own
But
terms,
as long as there is a greater danger, you and I
convincingly,
have an accord.
you've done something.
Thank you, Wesley. For now, we move with
my
you.
opinion.
North is cut off. We barely escaped the main body of the Horde.
I think searching for
Then
that
we're
balance
trapped.
is good. I wonder if this will be the
wilds are to
blood
the
mage
south.
that
That's
actually
no way
works.
out.
That actually,
If the options
where I
are
say,
south or
okay,
die,
this is the shit.
I'll take my chances with south.
Still not like really happy because every time I think, well, I really want this, I have to sacrifice that. And then I say, well, I mean, it's better overall with that, but then you don't have this. And then it's always that type of shit where you sacrifice a little something from everything, and being okay at everything pretty much means you suck at everything because you're not good at any one thing. You're just You're like a Swiss Army knife. Yeah, you can do something about everything, but yeah, your knife's gonna break anytime you really try to do any of it. So, you know. I mean, like, Winter's Grasp. If we could take her to Gallows with us, I would actually give her that. While we're here, Darkspawn are weak to spirit, so it just seems like killing things faster is a good way to go. And then this dude has no defense, so might as well give him some, right? try this. Yeah. No, you know what? No, fuck that. Enemy rank. No. Actually, you know what? Yeah, why not? Just don't waste it. I mean, regardless of who you hit with it, just don't waste it. Yeah, that'll work. I mean, they're all darkspawn here, so it doesn't really matter. Now, Aveline, this is your most important shit. This is your go-to. You don't have to respec Aveline. If you respec her, you will get back exactly what she already has. Like, you get no benefit. She doesn't have any misspent talents or attribute points. Right? Like, her attribute points are pure based on what you would put her attributes into anyway. Like, she doesn't have, like, 5 points into cunning for no fucking reason. She doesn't have any of that. Like, her shit is pure. Her, I don't bother with Carver anyway, regardless. Bethany needs to be respect. If you're playing a rogue or a warrior, and you plan on having her during Act 1 and then at the end of Act 3, well, then that's definitely a thing. Fireballs are useless on Nightmare. All they do is hurt you, and that's it. They really don't do shit for anybody else. Yeah, so she would need to be respect, but we're not going to have her. So we don't bother with Carver. In this case, Varric needs to be respect. He starts out garbage. Like, he needs attribute points back, and he needs all of his talent points back, so you can give him his one job, which is pinning shot. That's what he needs to be doing. Like, that's pretty much all he needs to do. You can give him one or two other side jobs, like to, shoot something at you, help out a little bit here, whatever. Maybe throw a debuff. Okay, cool. But pinning shot, as long as he's doing that, he's literally doing his job. So, anyway, Varric is stupid if you're playing a rogue. If you're playing a rogue, you go for cunning. And then you just give Varric a shit ton of dex and some health so he can survive. And just let Bianca just go to work. Because Bianca becomes basically like an SMG at some point. Because it's like basically double haste pretty much all the time. Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, so with Aveline, right now her tactics are simple. You just don't ever make her a tank. Ever. 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 Default, you don't want her running off into the distance, and you don't want her hugging your hip. You want her tanking shit. Where you're actually doing stuff. So, yeah, that's first and foremost. And then self-ini. You want her to just activate this all the time. Just have it all the time. That's it. That slows down her attack speed. It cuts her damage down by a pretty big margin. But if you keep her buffed in strength, she'll still maintain threat. So we're just going to go ahead and clear this. We're going to save this for elemental ages later. Don't need that. Alright, so. Enemy. This is like literally the most important thing. This is Aveline's build right here. Like, this one tactic is like her primary shit. Target at short range. Taunt. Why? Because taunt is a short range ability. So if there's an enemy to taunt, then taunt. If it's the enemy you're attacking, if it's an enemy near where you're attacking, if there's an enemy within range of taunt, and you use it on this enemy, that enemy's going to be taunted too. If there's an enemy outside of the range of taunt, they will not be taunted. Taunt is not directional across the map. Taunt is an AoE about the size of a fireball around Aveline. If any enemy is outside of that, this doesn't do a single fucking thing at all. So, let her taunt every time she's able to, and if anybody's within hearing range, they'll be taunted as well. If they're not, it wasn't going to work anyway. So, there you go. This works for Alistair in Dragon Age Origins as well. That exact tactic setting. And then you don't have to stop and control Aveline. She'll just do her job the way she's supposed to. And then, let's see, self. Health. There we go. Once she levels up once or twice, she'll get an extra tactic slot down here. This is going to go for Shield Bash. Then when she gets another one, right after Shield Bash, we're going to want to put self stamina lower than 25%. Use stamina potion. And then, honestly, like, she's damn near set. We come up here and give her Elemental Aegis once she gets it. Just set that aside because she's going to want to have that active all the time. And once those are active, she just skips that shit and, you know, then does her job. So this is, to me, this is the best results I've gotten from her 99% of the time. Or let's just say 90% of the time. She does her job. Very rarely does she run off around a corner for no reason and just leave you without a tank so that everybody dies and all that. There's one or two spots where she might do that because the AI is just completely fucking broken. Nothing you can do about that. Except just stop her or stop everybody and say, you know, and then direct everybody to attack who you're attacking and just bring them all in. And you can do that too. So, and that really doesn't require a lot of pausing and situating everybody in a certain spot. Just let them fucking fight. If your tactics are good, they'll do their job 90-something% of the time. I mean, that's good enough. Nothing's ever going to be perfect. It's a fucking video game, right? So, alright, so that's her settings. Yeah, we're solid. Probably even save right there. Nice. So if anybody was interested in any of that, is that all like pretty straightforward? You're essentially, your tactics are saying, I'm gonna basically program the AI myself for my party and try to meet any condition that we might run into in any fight anywhere. Like, you know, is there one job that covers like 95% of everything? And if that job should be yours, then you should do that at all times to the best of your ability. Now you can upgrade taunt to, I think the upgrade is called War Cry or something. Anyway, you can upgrade taunt and it becomes short to medium. So you just go to that tactic and you say, if enemy is at short to medium range, then taunt. And honestly, if you're in a room fighting that pretty much fills your screen, that's going to cover that room. So, I mean, it's that, now you're talking about something the size of a firestorm. Not a fireball, but a firestorm. You know, it's basically twice the size. And that's a pretty big area. She's going to draw a lot of attention. By the time you get to upgrade that, she should be pretty tanky. If she's not tanky at that point, you'll probably have problems. But also, another key to Aveline is you need to, well, you don't need to. You can do what you want. I would strongly suggest keeping at least a 2-to-1 strength to constitution ratio. And give her a bunch of willpower, too. So it's eventually going to be like a 2-1-1. Like, if her strength is like 60, then that would be like a 30 constitution. Yeah, you might want to be considering like a willpower of like at least 20 at that point too. That's going to be like late game, like pretty much the end of the game. But don't just leave her willpower, because if she doesn't have resources to do what you want her to do, then she can't do it. And remember, when she drinks Illyrian potion, that shit goes on cooldown for like the rest of the fight. She can't just sit there and slam or stamina potions. She can't do that. All that shit's on cooldown, so it's a timing balance there too. It's a DPS race, and once you've used your one, you know, resupply, that's it. For the rest of the fight, you better be able to handle up with what you got. So it's good to give her resources. Gear that has willpower, any kind of willpower, any kind of damage, or maybe even crit buff type thing. Maybe a strength buff. Cool. And yeah, I mean I think that's pretty much paramount. Willpower. I mean, health is cool, but honestly, she gets to the point where her tankiness makes her health a lot more valuable. 5 points of health with Aveline is like 30 points of health with anybody else, because she just resists she mitigates the damage in the first place. So where you're going to lose 20 health, she's only going to lose 2. Like, you know, at that point.
More coming!
Nice. Doing good here. You know, you're on like an assigned path, but you notice how like the background just like, kind of like goes off forever. Mass Effect 1 and 2 did this really well. I'd say Mass Effect 3 kind of did it too, but Mass Effect 1 and 2 had these vistas. Mass Effect 2, I think, like, really almost perfected it. Like, there was even in the DLC where you go around with that little hovercraft, it keeps banging into the ground and shit, right? You start, you know, shoot missiles with it, but you can't, like, take any shots at all. What was that? That was the DLC with the poor autistic kid and all that Cerberus satanic bullshit. Anyway. But it even stops you at certain points. It says, you know, it's a wise idea to stop here and look out, because this has, like, you know, an amazing view and all this shit that the game will actually tell you. That's just like these amazing things with these flying creatures through the air, and it's just all these colors. It's like a Hawaiian sunset, right? Yeah, Mass Effect 2 did that really well. And Dragon Age 2 did that. I mean, here, well, it's a little more stark, but it's supposed to be. I mean, the Darkspawn have been ravaging the land. I think we're not too far. Like, I don't know if that's supposed to be the highway where you see Bodan and Sandal the first time in Lothering. I don't know if that's, but I think it is. I think that's the exact highway. We're just a little bit over here. We're fleeing Lothering. So this would be shortly after the Warden left Lothering, and then the Darkspawn finally overran it. I think this is about that time in the time scale.
I'll show them what I can do. Gonna put you.
Oh wow, that motherfucker took no damage. Okay, well, you're dead now, bitch. Oh, that was a glitch. 100% a glitch. Health potions here. If somebody gets knocked out, I really don't care. I just took all the heat from all the archers all at the same time, and they took no damage for like 10 different attacks, so I really don't give a shit at that point. And I got my health potion, actually an extra one, so 100% take that. 100%. Now, what I probably should have done is switch to Aveline and just ran up in there, drawn all the threat, turned back to my character, and knocked out all those archers with the chain lightning. That's what I should have done if I was smart, but I'm stupid, so I didn't do that. And I should probably be running with cold anyway. 3 health. All right. One second. Let me go see where my laundry's at. Let's see how close it is. That was perfect timing. Like, it had just ended, too. So, yeah. Threw that shit in the dryer. I'm done with that. Let me get my phone plugged in. God damn it. Sorry, let me restate that. Let me get my Google Maps plugged in. It's basically all I use this thing for. Seems like it. All right. Awesome. Okay, so yeah, like I said, if you're playing this on Nightmare and you're seriously having a problem with the tutorial, which is like completely understandable, It's definitely a thing. Easy to get knocked out, and one knockout can lead to the whole party wipe, like, quickly. Especially with these stupid archers. They're the biggest threat. That's why I say, assign all of your ranged characters to deal with the archers. But, you can easily just press a right bumper, or left bumper, doesn't really matter. Switch to Aveline and let her charge in and take the threat. She's the only one I have assigned to actually drinking health potions. And I have, like, at least 4 of them here. I'm going to get 2 more. Hopefully we don't burn them all up with the ogre. But hopefully this fight doesn't last long enough for her to drink 2 of them. Right? So just let her tank. You can even, I've got taunt hotkeyed on the Y button. So I can, like, totally do that.
Quickly, before they
It only goes like that one out of 10 times. So enjoy it when you get it. That's how it's supposed to look. It normally doesn't, but yeah. I had the chain lightning on these guys. Bethany hit those guys with the fireball. They were almost already dead. Everything just fell into play. Didn't have to sit there and pound away at one dude for like 20 minutes. While everybody else is swarming and, you know, sniping the shit out of you and stuff. Yeah, that was nice. So we should have like 6 of these, right? Yeah, we got 6 health potions. I don't think we even can use these. Well, no, I take that back. We could. But I don't assign potions to anybody except Aveline. I don't think she can drink 6 before we get into Kirkwall. You want to have 1 left on your ticker so that you can use it in tactics. When you respec somebody, you have to have a potion available, at least 1, to assign it as a tactic, or else you got to go find one, then come back to tactics and remember to assign it and put it where you want it. You just want to just have at least 1. So, yeah. Let's come over here now. I mean, I could totally take... Now, I just want to be hit up. That 15% attack is huge. You want to be able to hit regular more often. Doesn't matter what we give her. I hate to say it, but... So this is eventually going to be her stagger thing. And then we figured out, I don't know at what point we actually do this, but if I'm not going to be doing this and we're eventually going to replace Anders, then somewhere in the Act 3 range, let's just say we just carry this build out and just play it all the way to the end. In the Act 3 range, we need to get Aveline the ability to capitalize on disoriented enemies as well. Give her 1 offensive combo ability. If I'm not pulling it off, I don't know. Don't think there's anything Fenris can do. Now, if we had Meryl would have, at least 2 different abilities to affect disoriented enemies. And then Aveline wouldn't have to do it. But then Meryl doesn't produce daggers. Meryl helps combo with staggers. And I mean, Aveline can produce some staggers, but I don't think she produces enough staggers for 2 mages that have at least 1, 2, or even 3 things that can capitalize on staggers. She's just not going to be able to produce that many. I mean, well, I don't know, man. I mean, Shield Bash cools down pretty quick. That's a true story. It really does. Something to think about. I still thought I'd have Fenris in there with Aveline and let Fenris be basically DPS, but producing a lot more staggers too. And then I could just capitalize on all that shit. And when there was like just a big juicy number of staggers with like 10 enemies just all standing in together, then just hit them all with a blood wound that does like 50k crit damage type shit, right? And then just nuke everybody. And I mean, like it's a big ass thunk. Like you just hit a piece of plywood with a sledgehammer, and you just see people disappear. They don't like just die and then no, they like literally just get nuked. It's pretty gangster. All right, so here we go to tactics for ourselves. I love this game. If y'all can't tell, it's like, bro, yeah, we know. Yeah, you love this game. But do you know how much I love you know what I'm saying? Like, but do you know how much I love this game? So, I want to point something out. Okay, so you see like the hills, and you see the ruins where everything kind of erupted, and you see like the broken off tree stumps and shit. Okay, that's one thing, but look at this right here. You see that in the middle of my circle? That's kind of slightly reminiscent of the an Inquisition. Like when you start Inquisition, like at the very beginning in the tutorial, the Temple of Sacred Ashes, you know, whatever, and it's how it's like literally just nuked, and you have all this stuff where there was like an eruption, and then you have fade rifts and shit, you know, like dropping demons out of the sky. We don't really see that here, but you do still have like these eruptions. Those are not trees. That's like an eruption of like, I mean, something similar to what you'd see in Inquisition. I don't know, did they like play off that and then just kind of make it lore where it wasn't lore before? This could just be an anomaly, but I don't know. Like, this is kind of sticking out here. And you might see a little bit over there too. Details in the background matter in Dragon Age games. They'll tell you more about the lore in the game than reading every fucking book that BioWare has to offer about the game. I mean, you could just look at some shit like this and say, this doesn't fit here. Why is this here? The answer to that will tell you a lot more than a 1,000 tons of a bunch of other shit. Yeah, anyway.
Maker, give me strength.
I don't mind seeing that happen to Carver, but
Bethany!
you can't just do Bethany like that. Like that just isn't right.
Boring.
Here! Come on!
Get back!
I've got this one!
said, I don't want to use any health potions here. How'd you like that, bitch?
Gotcha. Need mana.
I got this. I win.
Bethany, wake up. The battle's over. We're fine.
I'm sorry, mistress. Your
Same
daughter
eruption
is
in the main menu.
No.
Oh yeah, yeah, they
not
do.
take Bethany.
Yeah, where you see like Meredith and Orsino, kind of like facing off or whatever type of thing. But you've got like that. Yeah, it's not a cliff edge. It's like that same. Yeah. You sure do. Yeah, no shit. Like that's like predominant. Like that is the background, right? No shit. That's a really good point. I don't know what it means. I mean, maybe it means nothing, but like back in the day with Origins of Dragon Age 2, that type of shit in the background, like everywhere you go in Kirkwall, you see the hear no evil. Sometimes you speak no evil, see no evil, but you always have the hear no evil. It's like everywhere painted on the walls. You know what I'm saying? Like that, I mean, you see the statues, and Varric is narrating. I mean, we're about to see it here. Coming in and like even on the sides of the cliffs with all the chains and shit, you see the hear no evil. That's what I call it, because I mean it's hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. You like see that stuff, and it kind of has some kind of reference to a statue of Dumat that has like 3 sets of arms, right? And it's not doing all 3 at once, but that's just what it reminds me of. Anyway, I don't know what any of that means per se. I'm not claiming that I do, but I have a hard time believing it doesn't mean anything. So yeah.
Maybe we should grieve when we're safe.
Don't speak to
It really is at the title screen, or the
This is
main
your
menu,
fault.
whatever you want to call it. Start
How
the
can you
menu.
let her
Yeah,
charge
start
off
menu.
like that?
Oh shit.
Poor little girl. My sweetheart.
If we stand here weeping, the Darkspawn will take the rest of us too.
Allow me to commend your
No,
daughter's
Lyrium, once it's
soul
gone,
to
it's
the
gone.
mistress.
Lyrium actually has a
Ashes we were,
spiritual
and
value.
ashes we become.
And once
Maker,
used
give
or
this
whatever,
young woman a place at your
It
side.
dissipates.
Let us take comfort in the peace she has
Unless it's
earned.
corrupted, and if it's corrupted, it turns red. Red lyrium is basically blood magic incarnate.
Oh,
Lyrium is magic incarnate.
Forget you.
Once used or consumed or whatever. Since the dwarves have been mining lyrium, and yeah, they have deep roads, but a lot of those deep roads were highways and things to link their, what would you call them? Taigs, countries, taigs, nations, cities, whatever you want to call them, and all that. You had mining operations, but pretty much when those mining operations, once they were dug and opened, the lyrium seemed to basically produce itself. For example, you can go to a lot of places in the deep roads where there's lyrium right there. You don't think they mined that shit over the last however many thousands of years? Of course they did. But as long as there's a titan, a beating heart, it basically produces lyrium. Like lifeblood, if you will. They're like veins or arteries. And those arteries seem to replenish themselves until the heart is corrupted or destroyed, and then you have some red lyrium left over, which just pretty much sits there, and if it doesn't seem to decay, but it takes a host to cause it to grow and replenish. So blood magic requires the sacrifice of life. It requires the sacrifice of innocence. It requires the sacrifice of a person, essentially, right? That's how it works with the Templars. They were actually using people as farms for red lyrium, but you had to seed them with red lyrium. You had to plant it, almost like a demon in a blood mage. You almost had to you had to plant it, and then you could turn anybody into an abomination. And then the people using that red lyrium would also be able to turn into abominations, even if they were the opposite of a mage or a blood mage, like a Templar. So there was really some lore in that. It's a shame they got rid of blood magic and they just chose red lyrium as kind of like a sticker paste substitute for blood magic in Inquisition. That's where BioWare just lost their footing and they just decided to be like Bethesda, and we see where Bethesda's at. Okay, their next Elder Scrolls or their next Fallout is going to be free on Game Pass before it's even released. Let's just put it that way. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah, lyrium itself, I don't think it can be used up or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But the interference of the Fade with the natural world seems to be able to create these kind of explosions or whatever. Like, you see that in Inquisition. You see that, like, the entire fucking mountain where the Temple of Sacred Ashes is, just right above Haven. Haven is where you camp for the first half of the game until you go to Skyhold, right? So Haven is where you camp. Up above Haven is the mountain where the Temple of Sacred Ashes is. That's how it is in Origins. It looks a whole lot different in Inquisition because they told the original artists from Dragon Age that they weren't worth a fuck, and they're going to show you, hold my beer, and I'm going to show you how this is supposed to be done, and completely fucked up everything. Completely. Especially the chapel, the chantry. But we don't have to get into that. Yeah, anyway. That's what the game tells us lyrium is. So, I mean, I've seen lyrium, and then I've seen red lyrium. Lyrium seems to be able to replenish itself. It's life-giving. Red lyrium is, well, the opposite. Red lyrium is death. So, yeah, the only way you can reproduce that is by taking life. That's what Inquisition tells you, too. So, I mean, the game doesn't argue with that. Anyway. But the earth is torn asunder, and cataclysm takes place when spirit is ripped from natural, and then you have the veil, like Sundermount. If you go up to Sundermount, well, hold on a second. We can see it here too. If you go up to Sundermount, you see the same thing that you see right here. You see these like they look like the tops of towers and stuff like that, and ruins and stuff. But some of these things, they aren't like a building that was built there and then just broke down. These are towers. And if you have a tower, towers aren't 3 feet tall. Towers are hundreds of feet tall. So imagine if you had like a megalopolis or a metropolis or whatever. Say you had a city and a mountain erupted and consumed the city. And the only thing you saw left of that city, with all of its castles and all of its walls, hundreds of feet high, all this magnificent shit, showing the power of the Tevinter Empire. And all you've got left is, I don't know, about 3 foot of tower just kind of sort of sticking out of the ground with the remnants of a wall and shit like that. That mountain erupted and consumed that city. And if you dig into those mountains around that city, you start finding those caves that show something that looks like dwarven taigs, because the dwarves built these cities for these Tevinters. What exactly that means, I don't really know, but that's what happened. Ostagar was built by the dwarves. When the Tevinters owned everything that's called Ferelden and Orlais. Tevinter was a world empire. Back then, right? And people didn't appreciate that shit. They're like, I'm not standing for that. Go fuck yourself. And then shit went down, and then you got the Legend of Andraste, and you got a bunch of other stuff that stemmed from that. And Flemeth was apparently around back then, and she can turn to a dragon at will, so she's probably one of the last living old gods that wasn't sent to the Abyss. And who knows what the fuck that means. But that's what the game tells you. Anyway, let's,
At least Father will have company now.
Flames. We're too late. Here we go! Retreat! Retreat!
Why do you not end this fucking ambush? Why were you not ending this ambush? This ambush is over. It's been over. We killed all the bolters we need. Yeah, thank you.
There's no end to them.
Whatever, bro. Just make up your own rules. Yeah, whatever. Oh, part of a rock raid? No, well, okay. You learn what a rock wraith is in Inquisition in the Descent DLC. It's called the Guardian. A Guardian is something that guards. It's the last defense for a Titan from the Darkspawn that are trying to kill it or corrupt it. They actually destroy it, and they take all that power from corrupting a heart of living, breathing Lyria. It's literally a living heart of life-giving stuff, and you basically turn it against its purpose and corrupt it. That produces enough power to pull an old god out of the abyss so that they can incarnate form, show up on the face of the planet, and be an archdemon. These are individuals that could become dragons at will, like Flemeth. Alright, so if there was a Titan that you could sacrifice to turn Flemeth into an archdemon, there you go. And she's not in the abyss, but the fifth blight was the last demon available, or old god available, to pull from the abyss. There was only 5 sent that direction, and you can look at the opening art in Dragon Age Origins and discover that there was only 5, but one of them still lived, and it had peacock feathers, which represents pride, which would be Dumont himself, who is still alive, but he's in limbo. He's not in the abyss, but he's not incarnate anymore either, because apparently his dragon was, well, it wasn't essentially destroyed, but something happened. I mean, in the first blight, you didn't have wardens because you had never had a blight before, and you had no idea that you needed wardens. Wardens were created from the, at least, temporary destruction of Dumont, who is obviously still alive. I think he's incarnate in the form of Liliana. That's my opinion. It's just my theory. I could be wrong. But you had Corypheus, and he was able to sustain himself through multiple forms, right? So you would think Dumont would be able to do essentially the same thing. I mean, maybe you find out that Flemeth is Dumont. That would be a real twist. I don't know how you'd really explain that, but I mean, maybe it's something like that too. And she's also the legend. She also is the root of the legend, which is Andraste as well. And that would just throw all that religious shit into a mixer and see what you get, right? I don't know. But I mean, really, there was a lot of questions that could come up with like some really cool, deep answers. And then they just decided to give BioWare and Dragon Age over to the Bud Light representative and just throw it all in the fucking sewer and take a big diarrhea dump on top of it to make sure it sinks to the bottom and never rises again. That's what happened. So talking about this shit, well, it's less and less interesting because BioWare just fucked it off for a rainbow dude in a dress. That's what happened. Because when those things are involved, nobody can have nice things. That's a fact, and if you don't like that, it's still true. Anyway, sucks to be us, because I guess we'll never see how the story was really supposed to play out. Because that shit was in the planning for decades. And it just got thrown in the fucking trash can. Into the woke fucking blender of perversion and atrocity. And we have to just, I guess, suffer for that. Typical, like everything else these days, right?
Impressive.
Am I wrong?
Where'd you learn how to turn into a dragon?
There was a lot of deep things that the story
If so,
was
count yourself lucky.
throwing around.
Burning darkspawn does
And then they just said, fuck it. We're too lazy.
To flee the darkspawn,
Anybody who has a dick shouldn't, and anybody who doesn't have a dick should sew one on.
So you're just going to leave
if you have a problem with that, then you're a racist, and fuck you, and
why not?
vote for Kamala to make sure that America becomes Somalia and Russia.
A mighty ogre vanquished.
And that's
Who could
just...
perform such a feat?
What the fuck does that have to do with a video game? Nothing, but that's the way everything should go, right? Because that's progressivism. Anybody catching any of this? Because that's literally what destroyed this game, and it has nothing to do with video games. Really at all. So, yeah.
You could show me that.
Pretty sad, man. Pretty freaking sad.
That looks useful.
I dare say it is. Such a clever tongue for a mage. Tell me, clever child, how do you intend to outrun the Blight?
We're going to Kirkwall, in the Free Marches.
Kirkwall? My, but that is quite the voyage you plan. So far, simply to flee the Darkspawn.
Any better suggestions? I hear the deep roads are vacant now.
Anyway, back to Rock Wraith, though. If you go to the Descent, you see the Guardian. The Guardian looks a lot like a Rock Wraith. Well, he's not corrupted yet. But if you were to corrupt a Dark Wraith, or a Rock Wraith, if you corrupt a Guardian, what would it look like? Well, a Rock Wraith. It wouldn't be blue, it'd be red, but essentially, that's just like, you know, Paragon, Renegade. Although Renegade is actually blue, and Paragon is actually red in Mass Effect, but that's a whole other thing. Anyway, it's a BioWare theme. And so if you look at the Guardian in the Descent, and you fight it, and you actually open the Rock Wraith, or I mean, you open the Titan in the Descent to anybody. And you have to fight through the Darkspawn to get to the Guardians and destroy them too, so that the Darkspawn have an open path to the Titan. That was a DLC. They decided to take that writing and throw it in the trash and not progress on it anymore because they think we're all fucking stupid woke pieces of shit, and they just made a game that has nothing to do with Dragon Age whatsoever. Failguard is 0% Dragon Age. And if you gave it 10% Dragon Age, it would still be minus 90% Dragon Age. You can't make it, you just can't. But what they did present, and there was a lot of lore in the Descent, is they showed you what a Titan was, and they showed you where the Rock Wraith came from, because the Rock Wraith you fight in this game is where Dumat became the first Archdemon. You actually go to the source, and you see the sacrificial knife, and you see all the skulls, you see the bone pit, you see every underground lair, you see everything carved into every mountain everywhere with statues of Dumat everywhere, and you see the victims that were sacrificed to create a blood magic ritual, to create an artifact that could corrupt, that could stab a heart, a beating heart of pure lyrium, and turn it into red lyrium, to take creative goodness and turn it into death. And at the site of that crime is where you fight the ancient Rock Wraith itself, which is a corrupted, demon-possessed, what would you say, husk of a Guardian. Now it's called the Rock Wraith, the ancient Rock Wraith, but it used to be a Guardian. You fight one in the Descent. What you see where the rock wraith is where that heart of pure lyrium used to be before the first blight, before that thing was sacrificed and Dumont was actually brought out of the abyss and brought back into this world as just this horrible satanic thing, the first archdemon. And that shit lasted for, if I remember right, if I got the lore right, the first blight lasted hundreds of years. Yeah, that was a lot of death. Anyway, the source of the first blight is where you go in the Deep Roads in Dragon Age 2. You actually get to go back to the beginning. And it's not too far from there where Corypheus is imprisoned. And he knows Dumont is alive as well because he actually prays to him in Inquisition when you fight him. Anyway, just stuff to think about. But it doesn't really matter because we'll never get the answers. Because the Bud Light representative that made, that was the lead project designer in Failguard, which has nothing to do with Dragon Age whatsoever. Of course, woke people have nothing to do with the truth or anything fun whatsoever either. That's a fact. If you're a woke person, well, you're the problem. If you don't like that, it's still true. Anyway, well, enough lore stuff. I'm gonna actually, yeah, get into the game.
Anything you could do for us would be appreciated.
Should we even trust her?
But
we don't even know what she is.
As far as like graphics are concerned,
the Witch of the Wilds.
Now, if you could take
also Flemeth,
the Legend of the Rock Wraiths,
an old hag
and what they actually were and what they actually are, and then stem it here too.
I offer you this. I will get
okay, so yeah, like
in exchange for
a rock wraith is definitely a corrupted guardian. So there's definitely corruption involved here too, because there's darkspawn present, right? And all this land is, you know, now what created these like little spiky things might be simply a result of whatever it takes to turn these creatures into darkspawn here, the ones that you actually see and fight. I mean, they erupted out of the ground. Maybe these eruptions are just a result of darkspawn coming up out of the ground. Because according to Origins, and I guess you could say Dragon Age 2 as well, they spawn, but they literally crawl up out of the ground. like an eruption. And the darkspawn are pretty thick right here. I mean, can we assume that we never got to see it? But, okay, so Noah, like, actually going along with what you're saying and going along with the lore, and forget rock wraiths for a second, but rock wraiths are like a sign of the spawning of corruption, because that was actually a guardian. If the guardian was destroyed, it would just be dead, I guess, right? But if it's corrupted, and it's been a rock wraith feeding on the red lyrium, which is like literally blood magic incarnate, down there for years and years and years, because you got the rock wraith, and you got all those little mini me rock wraiths all around too, and all they do is just, and the rock wraith is a demon, so the guardian husk is actually a result of a demon possessing that husk, because it was either corrupted or it wasn't even defeated by the original, because remember, there was no darkspawn yet. Darkspawn are a result of creating the first archdemon, right? It wasn't like darkspawn were always a thing. Bringing the first archdemon and converting the first titan into red lyrium and death. Because remember, the closer you get to the rock wraith, the more red lyrium you see. You still see healthy lyrium, right? But the titan is dead. It's gone. And all that's left is the arteries from that corrupted titan. It's just red lyrium veins everywhere. And it's bad stuff. And that red lyrium idol is made from that red lyrium. I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg, but that's definitely a thing. So if just simply corruption of anything, like meaning people that have been overcome by the darkspawn and been dragged down into the whatever, and then a brood mother fucking, I don't know, eats them and produces more fucking darkspawn, and they spew out of the fucking earth, and everywhere that they spew from, like these goddamn ogres and shit, there you have the eruption things, which is just a sign of corruption. Like, I mean, just that simple. That could be a thing. I don't know.
What is a witch of the wilds exactly?
Maybe just overthinking that, but
witches that steal children.
It's got to mean something, right?
As if I had nothing better to do.
Then you're an apostate.
Yes, we have so much in common.
Roast a few more darkspawn. I'll do anything you want.
Sadly, my charity is at an end. There is a clan of Dalish elves near the city of Kirkwall. Deliver this amulet to their keeper, Marithari. Do as she asks with it, and any debt between us is paid in full. Before I take you anywhere, however, there is another matter.
No, leave him alone.
What has been done to your man is within his blood already.
You lie!
She's right, Aveline. I can feel the corruption inside me.
This corruption is the permanent sort, I take it.
The only cure I know of is to become a Grey Warden.
And they all died at Ostagar.
Oh?
Not all, but the last are now beyond your reach.
Yeah, she saved those guys, and they're doing shit in Ferelden right now. So Hawk needs to do shit over here. And pretty much Flemeth is making sure all of that happens.
I won't.
By swooping.
Please.
Swooping apparently is good.
Is a slow
It's not
death.
bad.
I can't.
He's your husband, Aveline. I can't decide his fate.
Be strong, my love.
Damn, dude. Yeah, it's not bad. Just because Alistair says it bad. Alistair said a lot of things, and I don't think he was ever right. Ever. I mean, maybe once. I'm just not sure when that was.
There can be no peace.
Alistair was pretty much as dumb as a box of dead zombie dicks. Just saying. I mean, he wasn't a bad guy.
I thought that might interest you.
He just wasn't a
You expect me
smart
to
guy
believe a myth
in any
swooped
sense
out
of the word.
wild to save the champion.
Oh, come now.
Swooped in.
Seeker.
Even
Do I
she
need
used the
to
word
recite
swooped.
The tale of the warden as well.
Yeah, meaning the warden
Perhaps
got
I
swooped
shouldn't be
on,
surprised to hear of her involvement.
and shit went pretty well.
I liked my version better too.
Hawk got swooped on, and that shit went pretty
What
well
else
too.
aren't you telling me
That's what
then?
they just literally told you
Did
right
she
there.
send someone
So
with the champion?
that's pretty cool.
In a matter of speaking.
So it's true. Continue. But if you tell me they all flew to Kirkwall on a dragon,
Nothing so fanciful, I assure you.
Hawk and
The
her
witch
party
kept her word.
flying,
Got them to
flying
Guam,
to
where they took
Kirkwall
ship.
on a dragon, like out of a fairy tale.
They sailed north across the
I wish I
Lake
knew
of
what all
Sea
that
Ice
writing
on
meant.
a terrible storm.
I wish we could actually read that shit. I've looked it up online trying to find it too.
2 weeks
Just
they spent in that dark hold.
so apparently
Acting
this is the only ship
the
that made it
fearful and the desperate.
out of that group of ships.
And then they saw it.
Maybe Flemeth was
Kirkwall,
watching over that too.
The city of
See,
chains.
hear no evil.
Long ago it was part of the Imperium. Slaves coming from far and wide to work the quarries. Now, it's a free city. But I use the word loosely. Sail through those black cliffs and you'll see what the slaves of old saw. The gallows, welcoming you. That's where their ship landed, with all the rest.
You know, they did make a link. They never really finalized it, but they made a link between Mass Effect and Dragon Age as well. Like, you can find the head of a Krogan in a trophy room in Inquisition. And you can find an ogre in a trophy room in Mass Effect. Right, so like, these are things. And now here's See No Evil. But you saw the Hear No Evil, now you see the See No Evil. But remember, the call of the Reapers was like the blah. You would hear it, and then everybody's just indoctrinated, and they're turned into fucking basically machines to murder all the rest of the organics or biologicals at the will of the Reapers. Everybody becomes husks and shit. They're indoctrinated. Blah. You hear it. Well, here you have the Hear No Evil, and then coming into Kirkwall, you have the See No Evil.
That can't be.
It's true. Look at them all.
Anyway,
Are we really surprised?
not really sure exactly what that
Everyone's fleeing
means,
the
but
fight.
it's a thing.
Just as we are.
And they would throw us all back to the wolves. Unbelievable.
I'm only surprised they let us dock. We need to find Gamlen. Our family has always been highly regarded in Kirkwall. He can do something, I'm sure of it.
Let's hope he received your letter.
The guards seem to be reporting to that man. Perhaps we should speak to him.
what are we going to do?
Get back to the crowd, you lot. Trying to bully your way through won't get you into Kirkwall any faster.
But you do intend to let us in.
We have enough poor of our own in the free marches. We don't need you refugees piling up here like a middens heap.
There must be someone in charge I can speak with.
Yes, always the same story. You want in, talk to Captain Ewald. I'm just here to keep you refuse from climbing the walls.
Why don't they open their front?
Tell me, did your family escape?
Orders of the Viscount.
Almost everyone.
Why don't they open their gates and just let everyone in?
I don't think
Because they have common sense.
But you seem
Opening your borders like that is
I'm
stupid.
not my sister.
For any country. Anywhere. Fuck everybody talking shit about America, especially from within, for not leaving their gates open to everybody come just take what they want. Honestly, we have enough of that taking what they want by our own citizens that aren't even actual citizens. They're just fucking savage animals, just running in, just robbing everything just because they can. Because the people in charge have welcomed that so they can get votes. That's some satanic ass shit. And a lot of people have suffered a lot of misery, even suffered harm, and even lost their lives because of that.
Let us through, you flaming blighter. We're not staying in this pit.
Then get back on your ship and leave. Kirkwall has no more room for refugees.
The ship's already gone. We've paid good coin to get here.
You and half of Ferelden. There's nothing I can do. The city is full.
Surely there's a bit of extra room for the pretty people.
I find keeping my neck away from Knight Commander Meredith Blade far more attractive than any of you. We've been letting you Fereldans in for months. You're too late. There's no
Not being
room.
beheaded is sexy.
But we've got family here.
You're not that sexy.
I've heard claims
It's basically
like
what he
that
just
1,000
said.
times already. Trust
You're not
me.
that sexy.
We'll find some ships to take you all back to Ferelden eventually. Until then, you stay here.
You know what this is a sign of right here? This is a sign of a person in charge, namely the Viscount, not knowing how to handle anything. He wants to be politically correct. And he doesn't just say, stay or leave. It's like, well, you can just kind of like not go, but you can't stay either. And I'll just wash my hands of it and hopefully the problem will go away. Because I'm a politician after all. That's what the Viscount is saying here. True story.
If you find our uncle, Gamlen Amel,
Sound familiar?
you might just have a few less refugees bothering you.
Gamlen? I know that name.
Kind of familiar.
He's a nobleman here in the city. Our family has an estate.
A nobleman? The only Gamlen I know is a weasel who couldn't rub two coppers together. He comes back, I'll bring you to him. But I don't have time to...
What? You gonna let them through?
I didn't say anything about...
We've been here for 4 days. They just got here.
That's it. We're carving our way out of here. Men?
Now we fight.
Now you want to fight. These are deserters. They wouldn't fight against the Darkspawn, but they're just dedicated to killing innocent people. Stop hitting my dog, bitch. Oh, nice.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Captain,
He said
are you all right?
unbelievable.
I am. No thanks to you. Where is everyone? Go
Yeah,
find them.
Wait, hold on.
Under
How
control.
did you show up after the
You have
entire
my
fight
thanks.
was over?
Look,
literally,
I can't get you into the city. It's not my decision. But I'll
literally
find you
a deserter platoon, an entire army of deserters just attacked us on our hallowed ground here. And after we killed the last enemy, you conveniently run around the corner.
It's been 3 days.
This waiting has to
with
end.
fake sweat
sure
on your
it wasn't
forehead
watching
like you rushed here as fast as you
Gamlin must
could
still be looking for us.
from like 10 yards
And
away.
if he's not,
Yeah.
Don't look now, but I think that's our man.
Leandra. Damn, girl. The years
yeah,
haven't been
right?
kind to you.
Gamlin.
I mean, there's things to dislike
Let me say up
along
front,
with
I wasn't
anybody, right?
expecting
But
this. The Blight, your
like,
husband, dead.
he's got a lot of shame, a lot of regrets that he's hiding,
Oh, Gamlin.
but he
We
didn't
came
have to
too
come
late.
to the gates. He could have just said,
My darling Bethany didn't make
I'm
it.
drinking, I'm whoring, and I'm dying. So just tell them I'm not here.
Don't drop this
Tell
on
them
me
I'm
here.
dead.
I don't even
He
know
could
if I
have
can help
totally
you
did
get
that,
in.
but he didn't. And he actually respects family all to the end. And I don't think Gamlin is really capable of crying for much, but when shit goes down in Act 2, when shit goes down, yeah, Gamlin gets choked the fuck up. And he acknowledges what magic actually is. And that's a powerful point in the game. And the only people that don't get that point, honestly, in real life, is woke people. They won't get that point because they are that. They are evil. And they don't understand what it does to innocent people. And they don't care. And they're glad that it happens to innocent people. They celebrate Charlie Kirk getting shot in the fucking neck by a piece of shit who has a fluffy fucking boyfriend under a rainbow flag. They celebrate that. So this is a life lesson with a game that was basically, that's almost 15 years old. That's a pretty good point, right? It's an RPG. It's supposed to be immersive. It's role-playing. This is a digital version of some lifelike scenarios in a game format. I don't know I don't know any better way to put that. So yeah, there's some shit here. Definitely stuff to think about. Definitely lessons to be learned. Anders brings that shit to a whole extra level. Anybody who loves their fucking rainbow flag, which if you're gonna fly a flag, you're representing something. And if you're going to represent something and draw a line in the sand and say, I'm on this side and you're on that side, when you get fucking wrecked by the truth, that's your fault. Don't start crying then. And they always cry. They're like, oh, I've got rights. Yeah, you got the right to be subject to the discipline that you deserve based on your actions, your thoughts, your personality, and your person. They hate that because they hate the fucking truth. Anyway, yeah, this is a really good example of that. Yeah, Gamlin is just another guy. You can call him trailer trash. You can call him what you want. Whatever, but yeah, the whole human beings need to stick together thing falls really, really short when the people that say that are the opposite of that. And they call themselves liberals, and they call themselves green, and they call themselves peaceful, they call themselves rainbow, they call themselves inclusive, but they're the most fucking satanic, evil fucking things that the world has ever seen since Sodom and Gomorrah. Which is why Jesus said, exactly like Sodom and Gomorrah, that's how these last days are going to be. And that is what it is. So it's true. And here we are. And it takes a video game written by those rainbow motherfuckers to actually prove their own point. Kind of crazy, right?
Would it help if I said you were my favorite uncle?
Yeah, Gamlin,
make me feel
he's
better,
not all
but that's
bad.
about it.
If he's all bad, then so are we.
Palms, but
I think that's kind of the lesson here.
We're gonna need more grease.
But what about the estate? Surely Father left something when he died?
Right.
No, he fucked that off.
It's
no, he 100% fucked that off. Gambling and drinking.
Debt. I've been meaning to write you.
Then there's
Gambling, drinking, and trying to find some
Not quite.
companionship
I know some people who might help.
for a loser, which is exactly what
If
he thinks he
you're not
is.
too delicate about the company you keep.
So yeah, his mindset isn't in a good place, right?
Let's hear it, Uncle. What do you have in mind?
Anyway.
I talked to my contacts.
Good point, though.
And I found some people who might be willing to pay
Once again,
your way
good point.
into the city. The catch is, you and your brother will have to work off the debt. For a year.
A year?
It's the best I could do. Trust me when I say a bunch of refugees won't get a better option anywhere else.
I'm sure we'll be free and clear before we know it.
From
I
our
managed to convince my contacts to come
servitude,
to the
from our
gallows to meet
slavery,
you
we'll be
personally.
free and clear from our
Mirren heads up the mercenary
bondage
company, the
before
Red
we
Eye,
even know it.
looking for recruits.
That sounds great.
Thenril, I guess you might call her a smuggler. Either one of them can help you. All you need to do is find them in the courtyard and convince them you're worth the trouble.
Let's find them and see what they have to say.
Oh, Gamlin, I don't know about this.
It's a lot of coin, Leandra. Don't go expecting our name to carry the kind of weight it used to.
And what of me? I will not allow others to incur debts on my behalf.
Can't see that it makes a difference. You look like a lady who can pull her own weight.
Then you'll come with us.
I have no real option. Thank you.
Yeah, so what's a year? She'll be free and clear before we know it. Yeah. But, I mean, it is what it is, right?
Are you a Thenril?
You must be Gamlen's niece. Interesting. I don't know what he told you about us, but he certainly told us a great deal about you.
How much exactly?
Enough to pique our interest, provided you can justify your uncle's confidence.
Tell me what you need done.
There's a merchant named Cavril, friend of the Templars, so they let him set up his little shop here in the gallows. We supplied him in return for a piece of the take, but now he won't pay up. We can't go near him without him screaming for the guard, but you can. Get our money from him.
But that's not exactly how this is going down either. That's her side of it. But she's probably a fucking slaver, dope dealer, sex trafficker, smuggler, whatever it takes to make a buck at somebody else's expense. So, her side of it, I really don't give a shit. If she has a problem with it, well, I'll just kill her later. Yeah. I mean, self-defense, right? True story? You're a mage running up to somebody's cash register and saying, let me figure out how to just take your money, whether you're paying attention or not.
Wait.
That's,
this is a Thenril's
that's
doing,
pretty
isn't it?
bold.
You can tell that bitch I'm going straight to the guard again.
Make me an offer, and I'll consider leaving you alone.
Interesting. I can't get you lot into the city. That's more coin than I even owe. But I'll give you a share. You take it, you walk away, and don't bother us again. Does that work for you?
Does that work for you? This might be my favorite dialogue right here. Does that work for you? It'd be like, sure, who wouldn't that work for? You're gonna give me free money and then we can just say fuck the terrorist, sex slaver, jihadist, fucking smuggler, dope dealer, pimp, piece of shit? Oh, okay.
Who wouldn't that work
Yeah,
for?
that works for me.
Boss, you need to stop giving in to these.
Enough. I know a losing deal when I see one. Take what's in the chest. Now, I'm gonna go deal with this once and for all.
Yeah, I think if you actually fight these mercenaries here, you don't get shit. You get that, and that's it. This is the only way I know to get all 7 sovereigns that are available here. You need that. On Nightmare, you really need to understand this. That you need to get all this money right here just to get a clean start. Like, honestly, everything about Kirkwall in the first day
What for?
is
We
all
haven't
about
done anything.
this type
We
of stuff.
know damned well what you've been
Basically
up to.
about money.
Now go.
I see. Have it your way then.
I see. That's the look like, oh, I'll be seeing you again and trying to murder you. But if she tries to murder us and we defend ourselves, guess what we get? XP and probably some loot. That works for me. I'll take that. 100%.
Mirren?
And you must be Hawk. Nice. Your uncle talked up a storm about you. He better not be blowing more smoke out his ass.
I'm ready to prove myself.
Noble bastard named Friedrich is here in the gallows. Gave us bad info. Almost killed my men. Now he's hiding out here.
You guys want to hear something cool? So,
he sees us coming, he'll run for sure. But he doesn't know you.
Was this Halloween
Go
night?
kill him and his men.
I think it was.
We'll make sure no one asked why.
It doesn't really matter, but I think it was Friday. Anyway, so I take this delivery out to this this older lady, and when I walk up to her door, she's got this dog, but the dog has like 3 legs. Actually, it's got like 2.5 legs. Anyway, so the dog's been through some shit, right? And I find out later that they rescued this dog from a shelter because these were like, she was like the only person that this dog would actually tolerate. Everybody else, the dog goes completely berserk. So anyway, so this dog is at the window when I come up to ring the what do you call it? That's not a doorbell, it's the ring thing, right? The ring camera thing. Anyway, so I ring their doorbell, and this dog is at the window, and it's got like 2 hind legs and a half of 1 leg and like no other leg. So it's not really even it's a 2.5-legged dog, right? It's about yay big, but it like literally it thinks it has 10-inch fangs, 20-inch claws, dragon wings, dragon scales, and body armor. Like, that's literally how this dog is acting. It's like, oh my god, if I could get outside of this window, I would fucking kick your ass. Ugh. You know, it's like literally the entire time it's just going, the dog is going berserk. And it's awesome because this dog is jumping up and down on its hind legs, going berserk the best that it can. I only have 2 legs, well, I have 2.5 legs, but I will kick your ass like I have 8 legs. I am the dragon spider, is what the dog was saying. And I'm like, I'm looking at this dog and I'm like, this dog is awesome. This dog is the coolest shit ever. And so the lady answers the door and says, excuse my dog. My dog is not sane. And I'm like, you know what? Your dog is friggin' awesome. It's like, and then she actually stood there on the porch and she's like breaking down the story of how she rescued this dog and how this dog just can't stand anybody. And I'm like, well, I mean, if you have a dog that acts nice all the time, oh, that's pretty boring. You need a bad dog. I would rather have a bad dog than a good dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, a bad dog when it acts good is even better, but a bad dog when it's bad is at least fun because everybody should have just a little bit of that, right? So anyway, so the entire time I talked on the porch with this lady, and she was telling me about her children and just all kinds of stuff. She just wanted to talk, and I'm just delivering her pizza, but the entire time this dog is going berserk as fuck. Like, I mean, when I say it's bouncing up and down and jumping at the window and letting me know that it would kick my ass. This was like some, what do you call it? Monty Python. Yeah, Monty Python, the Holy Grail shit. Yeah, if this dog had no legs, this dog would just be rolling around on its back, telling me how much of my ass he's going to kick, right? I thought it was the most awesome shit ever. This was the most amazing shit. This lady was cool as fuck. And she just rescued this dog because this dog would have no other place, anywhere, ever. I mean, some people would even call the dog annoying. But that dog doesn't give a fuck about what you think of it. That dog is going to kick your ass with no legs, no teeth, no mouth, no nothing. If the dog is dead, it's just going to just be a zombie and still kill you, right? Because it's just... That was a gangster dog. Anyway, I just thought that was like really, really memorable. And I'm like, lady, you got the best dog ever. You just really do. Every dog is the best dog ever, but this one especially, you know? Yeah. Anyway, she was like super, super nice. That's why I do my job. To run into that type of shit just every once in a while. To make the entire year worth living. Just cool stuff like that. It was friggin' amazing. Anyway. But yeah, that dog was literally like I don't know, maybe like 7 pounds. But literally that dog was like 180 pounds with 10-inch fangs, 20-inch claws, dragon wings, scales, and body armor. And he was gonna just let him at you. Honestly, if you'd have opened the door and the dog would have come to the door, the dog would have probably shut the fuck up and let you pet him and just been like really cool about that stuff, right? Probably. But behind that window, man, that dog was Al Capone. Serious. It was cool stuff, man. That makes life worth living right there, man. Just little... Stop and smell the roses. That reminds me to stop and smell the roses and say, this is just cool. Yeah, and there's no other word for it, really. I'm serious. You'd have to have seen it for yourself. Because this dog, I seriously talked with this lady for at least 5 minutes on her porch because she wanted to talk. She ordered pizza and she wanted to talk to the delivery guy, and she just wanted to talk. And her dog is going berserk at 900 miles an hour the entire time. It didn't stop. That dog was like legit. This is my business. Killing is my business, and business is good. That's what this dog was about. Killing is my business. Business is good. And my business is open 24/7. All I do is kick ass and chew dog food. And right now, I don't have any dog food. So I'm going to take that shit out on you. That's literally like the entire time. Now, when I say berserk, I mean this dog is hopping on 2 legs this high in the air at the fucking window, letting me know he's going to destroy my entire family if he has a chance. And he's like literally, she was like literally this big. Like, I mean, smaller than your average Chihuahua. But she wasn't trying to hear it, man. God damn it. I'm missing a leg and it's your fault. So I'm gonna get my leg back out of your ass. Yeah. That's what's about to happen right here. Just let me through this window. So awesome, man. It's just the coolest shit. Oh. I mean, you meet all kinds, but sometimes you meet a special one and you're like, that shit just made my day. That's why I'm telling you about it now. I just thought it was cool as fuck. It was awesome. And that shit, you could say that's annoying, or you could say, you know what? This is different, and this just makes this day better. Just because this dog is just such an asshole. Like, I mean, there's asshole where it's annoying, and then there's you're such an asshole that it's actually awesome. I mean, because that's just unique. Unique to be that much of an asshole as a dog. I had a dog like that when I was a kid, and his name was George, and it was the best dog I ever, that just, in the history of canine history, George was king. It was King George, and then everybody else. And he was, dude, he had an IQ higher than mine, and he was evil about it. That was the most creative asshole freaking dog I've never met another dog like that since. That was definitely my dog, and he was 101% pharmaceutical grade asshole on purpose. And he was so intelligent about it, an asshole in such creative ways every single day that it made it worth just having him in your life every single day. Because he would come up with some shit. He would, I don't know, I could go on for like 10 hours about just how much of an asshole this dog was, but he loved you and you only. And he was going to make everybody else's life hell as long as he was on the face of this planet. And it just made him amazing. It just made him fucking amazing. Doesn't get any better than that. It really actually doesn't. Anyway, I'm going to go refill before I do this. I'll be back. We got a little while to stream. Okay. Let's see if we could do that again. That would be awesome. I doubt it, but it could happen. You know what? How about we just do this? Yeah. Let's go ahead and save real quick.
Who are these people? I demand to know.
I saw them talking to Mirren.
Mirren? You blithering idiot. Why didn't you say something sooner? Don't just stand there. Kill them!
Well, at least it's not boring.
Go for the face! Going take you!
One less to worry about. I'll deal with this.
I'll cut you good! I've got this one!
You will fall!
You know, I could totally finish this, but I want to do it my way. No. You can run to the guards, and the guards will finish off the No, I want to do it myself. That just went badly. I took a lot of hits that I shouldn't have probably taken. That's the second time something was invincible, and I took hits that I shouldn't have taken when I didn't actually take them. So that's not cool.
Who are these people? I demand to know.
I saw them talking to Mirren.
Mirren? You blithering idiot. Why didn't you say something sooner? Don't just stand there. Kill them!
Now we fight! Get back! There! Go down! Now you fall! How about you? Now you fall!
Do it my way. There's a couple extra silver. There's 5 sovereigns, which is the entire point of doing this. No knockouts, and we still have 3 health potions left. And that's literally no pause through the entire tutorial. Like that's, you want stuff. And so, seriously? Even though it doesn't sound like a lot, we actually got 6, almost 6 1/4 silver extra just from drops. On top of the 7 sovereigns. It's like 6 silver and 7 sovereigns. I'll take the 7 sovereigns. Yeah, true story. But getting 6 silver worth of drops on top of, I don't know, did we get any other bullshit? Sometimes you'll get an extra, like, dagger or something. Yeah, we didn't get any of that stuff, but yeah, anyway. That's actually a good run.
Dead and buried. Well, dead.
Good. May the bloody vultures feast on his corpse and shit him into the ocean.
I'm telling you, I love this guy.
Sorry.
Welcome to the Red Iron. Tell your uncle I'm making the arrangements now.
Now, in the backwards compatible, the game will crash right there. I don't know. Maybe not half the time, about a third of the time. Yeah. On the Xbox One, it would crash about 80% of the time, right there. And then if you talk to Gamlin, it would crash there too. Or go into infinite loading. Yeah, it was annoying.
Any luck?
Was there ever any doubt?
I'll speak to Mirren and see when the bribes can be made. Wait here.
I guess we did it. We're here to stay, at least for a while.
No more running for our lives unless we really have to.
If only Bethany were here with us.
And Wesley.
Well, we're off to a fantastic start. Let's see what else this city has in store.
Thus began the champion's first year in Kirkwall. Word arrived from across the sea that the hero of Ferelden had defeated the Blight. But Lothering was destroyed. Kirkwall was the champion's home now. So she made her name, settling her debts with the mercenaries. It was a busy year in the city. That's when the Kunari landed. A great storm had caught their ship and left hundreds of warriors stranded in the city, waiting to return home.
Or not.
That's also when the trouble began with the Mages. The Templars had become very powerful under Knight Commander Meredith. But, most importantly, that's when I first met the champion.
Okay, so Varric says the Templars became very powerful under Knight Commander Meredith. In what way? Could you name an example of the Templars being very powerful under Knight Commander Meredith? They don't do shit about the Blood Mages. They don't do their job. They don't snuff that shit out. They actually use the Mage Underground for themselves. And the only mages that they don't let pass are a few fucking perverts that want to tranquil a mage to use them as sex slaves.
Human.
And
you know how many people want to hire onto this
Knight Commander Meredith will execute a fucking Templar for doing some shit like that.
You'll need to hire the best.
So, at what point do they become very powerful?
Already done.
The money from this trip
Meredith bows down to the fucking hypocrite, Satan-loving, blood mage-loving, demon-possessed fucking mother in the chantry.
You make him understand. We're running for
Knight Commander Meredith is the weakest motherfucker in the entire city. Always has been, always will be. I mean, it's a political illusion of power, but it has no sway whatsoever against anything that is destroying the city, magic related. Blood mages are more prevalent, more welcome here, and more able to do their thing here than any circle, any city on the face of fucking Thedas since forever. This circle makes culture club circles look strict. That's a fact. Knight Commander Meredith being super powerful, maybe she's trying to be a politician. That has nothing to do with doing her job, though. Politicians don't do their job. A politician is not a leader. A politician is a celebrity. They have nothing to do with laws or anything else unless they can be put in a position by people more powerful than them and put laws in place to screw over the people they're supposed to represent and govern. That's a politician. It has nothing to do with government. A politician is a celebrity. And it always ends badly because they're not governing anything. If their smile is right, their handshake is right, their suit is right, and they say the right thing and then never do it, that's a politician. That is Satan's version of government, and it has nothing to do with governing anything. Your presidents, your fucking kings, your queens, your parliament, your whatever the fuck, your senate, your career politicians. That's Satan's asshole pretending to govern you while it takes everything you have and worships its celebrity status and tries to create laws to solidify its position to make billions off of you while you can't even fill your fucking tank full of gas and you can't even bring any groceries home to feed yourself or your family. That's a politician. It has nothing to do with government whatsoever. A politician is not a governor. It's a fucking celebrity taking all of your shit. If you don't see that, you're fucking stupid. And if that offends you, it's because it's true. And if you're just now seeing that, welcome to the real world. All right, there you go. Anyway, let me go off on Carver.
I'm in charge. You do what I say.
Right, sister.
Just tell him the
My
way it
brother
is.
can be a fool,
You shut the fuck
but he's
up
right about
because
this.
I say so.
We are what you need.
And he's like, okay.
You're looking for a
Well,
quick
you're
way
a
out of the
bitch.
slums, right?
You just
You
admitted
were
that
in it
right
for
then.
Weldon in this dump.
Don't say anything else unless I give you
Another
permission.
meal ticket.
Well, back to waiting for someone to turn us in.
Too many refugees disappear for you to threaten people who could help us.
I know. I just... How long do we work for scum who don't want us around?
Yeah, right, Noah?
We need coin.
If you give her
Status, something
unwanted
we can shove in
attention,
that dwarf's face
she'll just kill
and
you.
keep people off our backs.
Because you're probably
And all I can think of is Uncle
doing something
Gambler.
wrong. And you need to pay for that. And if you're not doing something wrong, you should be. So you need to pay for that too. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of psycho. Like your ex-girlfriend, that kind of, you know, that type of thing, right? 100%. 100%.
You catch more flies with honey. But Gamlen's bullshit could work too.
Well, he did get us into the city, right? What else can we do? We're losing ground, and I don't fancy waking up in the gallows.
The ultimate introduction in a video game.
Hey!
Hey!
I knew a guy once who could take every coin out of your pockets just by smiling at you. But you don't have the style to work Hightown, let alone the Merchants Guild. You might want to find yourself a new line of work.
That's a mean left hook. That's a gangster left hook. That's one of those, I could have hit you about 18 times harder than that, but I'm just teaching you a lesson.
I apologize for Bartrand.
That's it, that's
you would
all.
know an opportunity if it hit him square in the jaw.
But you would.
I would.
I would. What my brother doesn't realize is that we need someone like you. He would never admit it either. He's too proud. I, however, am quite practical.
There must be some way to persuade your brother to hire us on.
We don't need another hireling. We need a partner. The truth is, Bartrand's been tearing his beard out trying to fund this on his own, but he can't do it. Invest in the expedition. 50 sovereigns and he can't refuse. Not with me there to vouch for you.
I hope there's more to this.
50 sovereigns?
Like how I'm supposed
That's
to
like
get that much
50K,
coin together.
and I can't even make rent right now.
There's only a brief window.
I can't come up with the 50 bucks, much less 50,000 bucks.
The treasure you find down
really,
there
bro?
Could set you and your family up for life.
Come on. The dwarf makes some sense. No offense. Look, you started this, and it's a good idea. Certainly better than ending up
I mean, Carver really does have your back.
We work together, you and I.
You might hate
Before
him
you know it,
in every
all
sense of the
capital
word,
you need.
but he
What do you
really
say?
does kind of have your back. Even if he makes it annoying the entire time.
It's not
He
like
really
I
does.
had anything better planned.
Perfect. Kirkwall's crawling with work. You set aside some coin from every job and you'll have the money in no time.
Sure, easy. But maybe Aveline's got some bounties out. She joined the city guard, right?
We should talk privately when you get the chance. In the Hanged Man, maybe. I'll be there when I'm not with you. Now, let's go see what trouble we can stir up. Keep a hand on your coin, Hawk. There are more cut person.
Now, see, the Xbox One used to do that. It would cut Varric's dialogue halfway, and I was like, man, you're somehow glitching the game doing that. No, the Xbox One, that was the thing. It would do that very thing. The Series X didn't do that, which makes you think the Series X was even more glitched now because that was actually a thing in the original. I don't know. I never noticed before, but whatever. Let's just not do anything until we get Aveline. Then we'll come back and collect some of this bullshit. Honestly, I say we get Aveline and then go straight to Gamlen. So we can actually say to ourselves, we haven't collected anything in Kirkwall day or night. We just, you need some basic stuff. We got to get Aveline, then we got to get to Lowtown. We got to get Varric's armor upgraded, Aveline's armor upgrade, then go to the Black Emporium, get the Rune of Fortune, put that shit in Varric's armor in Hightown, and then we can start working our way around the city. But that needs to be first. There are codex and XP in every single area in Hightown, so we don't want any of that yet. Honestly, if you were just gonna min max, you probably don't even grab a codex until you have Anders in your party. I hate to say it because Anders isn't worth shit, but I mean, if you're gonna level up who you need to level up, then that's definitely a thing.
Aveline.
No, I kill him.
Hello,
Oh,
Hawk.
definitely. Varric's down with killing Bartrand.
That's it. What?
Bartrand needs to die.
Sorry.
And Bartrand's
It feels
going
like we
anyway.
just talked.
If you try to save Bartrand, I think he dies anyway.
Information is one of the few
He gets
perks
lost
of this
anyway.
job.
If that's a
Watch out
spoiler,
for
I mean,
Bartrand.
you
He's a
asked,
son of a
so
bitch.
I'm telling you. No, you kill him, and Varric is cool with it. He says it's the hardest thing he's ever done, but it's also the most satisfying thing he ever did because Bartrand's gone. He knew Bartrand was bad with the whole fucking Merchant's Guild and shit, but not like that type of bad. And then Bartrand is like literally possessed. Even if you have Anders tries to use some blood magic to snap Bartrand out of it, and it's like temporary, but it doesn't even work. And he's like, nah, man, nah, this dude's too far gone. Even Anders admits that, and Anders is Satan's asshole. But now Varric's cool with it. Like he's been waiting for that opportunity, and then when it comes, he has a hard time with it, but it's the right thing to do. And it also leads to something better in Act 3, and I'll just leave it at that. Although it probably comes about anyway. Regardless of which way you handle it, Act 3 probably happens the same way. So, yeah, I'll just say that. But no, that's you always kill Bartrand. Bartrand is almost impossible to kill. That's why you kill Bartrand.
Still having trouble? I thought you were past all that.
Lately, I don't know. I've been pushed out to some dead patrols. Maybe I stepped on someone's toes.
You joke with Varric about
My
it
charm,
afterwards,
right?
basically.
I should be able to go where I'm
And it's
needed.
like, it's settled. It's just closure.
In fact, I might have a job for you. Let me know if you want to do a favor for Kirkwall. Otherwise, I'm here if you need me. Maker knows I could use more satisfying work.
All right, Aveline. You have
There's actually
something
times-
worth doing?
My
I
patrols
don't know
may be
about
empty
Dragon
walks in
Age
the
2
dark, but
necessarily.
there's something big coming up.
I mean,
and
you
I
have
could use
conversations with Varric.
An ambush.
But in Inquisition,
probably for a caravan,
Varric actually
although I can't
regrets
find any shipments that match
Anders.
up.
Because
Doesn't matter
do you
then.
know how much
I wouldn't be
coin
waiting for someone to rob.
Varric
I'm putting a
spent
stop to it. My
to keep
district or
Anders
not.
safe, quote unquote? Not safe from the Templars, safe from the Cartas. From turning him over to the Templars, meaning that you're a political risk and you're one of those mages that's not protected by money, coin, or status. See, the Templars don't do their job because it's what they're supposed to do. They do their job because it's profitable or politically correct, which means they don't do their job. Get it? And Varric spends a fucking fortune keeping Merrill and Anders safe from Carta blackmail. And then he's like, had I not paid that and Anders had been just fucking executed like he was supposed to be, which means he wouldn't have been. I don't see why the Carta would kill Anders, because they're not Templars. They just used the Templar reputation that doesn't actually amount to anything as an excuse to exploit and extort money from people trying to protect mages from the Templars who don't really give a fuck about mages. Templars are worried about political status in Kirkwall. They don't give a shit about the mages. They really don't fucking care. And Meredith, like, sort of cares towards the end of the game. And it's like, you want me to chase down one blood mage when you've got, like, 30 in your circle tower and 30,000 in your fucking city that are about to nuke and sacrifice everybody? and you're worried about a blood mage now, you're as useless as the fucking Viscount, which is the story of the fucking game, which is basically politics is not government. Politics is celebrity shit, and it amounts to nothing, and you're as guilty of the people you're supposed to govern being evil. You might as well just do it yourself, which they do, because they use their political status and celebrity status to basically cause as much harm to the people they're supposed to keep safe as the people that are actively threatening the people they're supposed to govern and keep safe. They're actually working hand in hand with them. That's how Satan works. This game really gives you a good example of that. If you see it, you see it. If you don't, sorry. I'm really sorry for you. Like, seriously. It's not that hard. Even a child could understand what I just said.
All right, Evelyn.
Not my
I'll play
words.
guard for you.
I knew I could count on you. They're hidden up Sundermount, remote and rough, but we can make good time with a shortcut this side. And no, you can't run off and do it without me. I trust you, but I have to be there. You're acting on behalf of the Guard.
Ooh. Alright, so we gotta respec me and Varric, basically. That's all we actually have to do. Alright, so what we do is immediately just bypass. Oh no, hold on a second. We gotta do this. And then we're gonna immediately go to Lowtown. Barrick, do you do anything?
Ineffectual and the incredibly
Avoid
dangerous.
with this. I don't know what you mean.
It means coins flow when I talk and when I shut up. Like if you got paid to guard or unguard.
That makes no sense.
Good.
If you got paid to guard or unguard. If you got paid to guard or unguard. What do you mean?
Sebastian,
I'm glad you don't know what I mean.
Stop
Awesome.
this madness.
Which means I can get away with
Chantry
all my shit
cannot
right under your
condone
nose,
revenge, Sebastian.
and you still won't get it.
Right, my duty to show these assassins.
Which means you're
there is
probably a
nowhere
bad
in the
guard.
free marches to hide.
You're the good type of guard, but you're really just bad
murder.
at it. Which is basically what Varric just told her.
No. What happened to my family was murder.
Now this shows you that the politically correct religious leader is basically doing Satan's work by doing nothing. And if she has to do something, she's not going to do that either. She's not going to do anything about anything that actually matters. Be just completely Sweden about everything, which means that all the bad shit is unhindered and it's just able to do whatever it's going to do. If evil can just work unhindered, and the only thing that's supposed to prevent that from happening is a religion, is the good, and the good is actively supporting evil by not doing anything, well, that sounds pretty familiar in this day and age, pretty much regarding real life in general, and religion being useless. But here you see an example of that. And this is about 15 years old. Well, sorry, 14 years old. So, yeah. Definitely a thing. Anyway. We don't have any of that yet. So we're going to go grab some stuff here. We need Varric and Aveline's armor upgrades. Varric for a Rune of Fortune slot, which we'll get in the Black Emporium. And then Aveline just gets like an armor upgrade. Might as well just go spend the money now because we got it. So, yeah. I'm probably going to go ahead and call it when I get to Gamlen's house, so that I'll basically know where I'm at. Let me just go ahead and just get everything I'm going to get right here, real quick.
My. If it isn't Hawk.
Still up to old tricks, Elegant?
Lady Elegant, if you don't mind. I'm a married woman now. Last time we met, you were still working for that brutish thug, Mirren. Things have been going well since then?
Could be better. Could be worse.
I often feel the same way. You may recall I supplied the Red Iron with potions. I'd be willing to extend you the same courtesy if you like. All I ask is you inform me of any interesting reagents you find. In exchange, I'll approach my contacts on your behalf. And of course you'll need the appropriate recipes, such as this one. Free, for old time's sake.
In 80%. No matter where you're at, no matter what level you are, no matter if your health bar is like 10,000 hit points, it's 80%. Better than a health potion, but these things, yeah, they cost a lot. I don't know, in Act 3, this is actually not a bad idea. You can replace health potions with these. I believe as soon as this goes on cooldown, health potions go on cooldown too. So you can't stack. You can't like, I can heal, then I can heal again, then I can heal again. No. I do not believe it works like that. So that's definitely a thing. Yeah, we got all these codexes. I mean... have to have this and this. $22 physical. I seriously think that has something to do with the Blood Mage. The physical staff, because you get that from Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3 all have a high-priced physical staff for some reason. Alright, so if we're going to play Blood Mage, we need... Let's just hope there's a Ring of Ruin here. Please, early. You really want that early. Oh, that's pretty nice, actually. Holy shit, there's two of them. Okay, you want this. Then you want this. Oh, we could actually get two of these. It's going to be a gold piece. That's going to cause a problem. But fuck it, it's two of them. It's two of them. You can't pass that up. That's about as good as it gets. Problem is, we're going to be kind of screwed.
You hear about the Amaranthine traitors?
Who?
Some harebrained nobles in Amaranthine were conspiring against the Warden Commander. A truly stellar idea, if you know anything about him. We caught most of the conspirators, but a few fled by sea and came here. We're offering a bounty.
Tell me what I need to know.
Here's a list of names and descriptions. Anytime you end one of the bastards, let me know and I'll reward you. Better act fast, though. We're looking for them, too.
Arms for the poor. Have you anything?
pieces with 1 gold piece. That's, but I mean, both of those rings, that's some gangster shit. That's, like, if you're going to start using blood magic as early as possible, that's huge. Like, both of those together, meaning that now, let's see, it's half to 1, right? So if something costs you 20, now it only costs you 15. Just with those 2 things right there. But just taking blood magic actually is like 1, so it's like 1.5. So instead of costing you 20, it costs you 10. And then another, I don't think it costs you a half. It doesn't cost you 5, but it costs you like 7.5. So anyway, yeah, it's just, it's a reduction of what you have to spend for blood to equal the mana that it costs to actually cast a spell. If that makes sense. That probably didn't make sense at all. But anyway, that's what it is.
Oh, glory. I swear Gamlen painted.
We should call our dog Broshevsky. Just Broshevsky. I used to call Biggie Fry that. Broshevsky, bro. Bro dude bro.
I'm still their daughter.
I've named my dog Bro Dude Bro, but I think Broshevsky. I think we've done Broshevsky yet. But we should. Broshevsky.
My children have been in servitude, servitude for a year.
The doggy dude.
They should be nobility.
If wishes were poppy, we'd all be dreaming.
You mean this is real? No wonder I can't wake up.
And here I thought that Ferelden you ran off with was a mage, not a jester. Your mother was supposed to marry the Comte de Lancey, and instead she ran off with some Ferelden apostate.
Some random Ferelden apostate.
The favorite when you do that.
Where is
like
Father's
your dad?
will?
Yeah,
if
that's...
I could just see for myself.
It's not here, all right? It was read, it went in the vault. No one needed to look at it again.
That touched a nerve. What's in there that you don't want us to see?
What do you think Malcolm Hawk actually says to Gamlen?
It's still locked up on
when
the
Gamlen says some random Ferelden apostate, and Malcolm Hawk, what do you think he'd actually say?
It was old news.
I think he'd take the high ground. I think he'd say,
25
yeah,
years waiting for Leander
maybe random, but
who bought the estate, Gamlen?
We're happy and we have children, and now you've got some nephews and nieces.
No one you know.
You should probably appreciate that. And stop with the drinking and the whores. And the gambling. Because it hasn't ended well for you. Pretty sure Gamlen would probably shut up at that point.
Maker, what a mess. I want to make things better for Mother. But some of what Gamlen says, I'm having a hard time hating him. Playing caretaker for someone else's life. Stuck in their shadow. That's no way to live.
And there it is.
There it is.
Look, if you want to join the fight over who lost the most, fine. But I never lived here. Mother even gave me her old key to try and stir something. But I didn't know Grandfather. Finding his will doesn't matter to me.
We're scraping to bribe Bartrand, and you don't think having an estate would help?
Sure it would, but it won't be free. How much unwanted attention will warring with slavers get us?
What have you heard?
Uncle's a chatty drunk. He was up to his neck and signed everything over. That's who has the estate. Apparently, the most extensive wine cellar in Kirkwall
the entire
is now
fortune
a slave highway from the Undercity.
With
That's the
dice.
family legacy.
Playing craps. He lost the entire fucking estate and everything in it playing craps with a bunch of slavers. That will never end well. It's like playing spades with a bunch of fucking dope dealers.
I don't know about you, but that makes me a little angry.
We agree at last.
So, forgetting everything else, what would you do with slavers?
Only one thing their kind deserves.
And
we agree at last.
We agree at last.
All right, sister. If the key works, we'll clear the estate from the Undercity up.
Works for me.
I don't know if this will help, but I do feel like hitting someone.
He wasn't like this in Lothering. I think he misses the open fields.
Come on. Let's play fetch the invisible ball.
He just needs to get out more, don't you, boy?
But if he's with us, who'd keep Gamlen's debt collectors away?
It's debt collectors.
Take it. I'm sick of what's-his-name staring and panting.
Gamlen, honestly, a Mabari understands what you're saying. Try using his name.
What's wrong with dog? Real easy to remember.
Broshevsky. Let's see if we can spell this. I would so call my dog that too. What's up, Broshevsky? You want some mozzarella cheese? Oh my god. Give me some mozzarella cheese. It's what I live for. Alright, bro. Broshevsky. Like, seriously, that is so Broshevsky. Broshevsky, the bro dude bro. Bro. Dude. Bro. Alright, so none of those chests are there. Yeah, this... I had, like, 2 rogue, 2 warrior, and 2 mage chests just sitting around here. And I'm like... Honestly, they kind of lose... They lose their shit pretty much by the time you get to Act 1. But, I mean, they help early on some things. And there's 1 or 2 items in here. Not too much mage related, though, if I remember right. Let's see, what do we got here? Yeah, it's like shields and... this! That's a really good cold damage staff, which means I can just dump that. Don't need that. That's garbage. Probably give this one. That doesn't level up. Okay, that doesn't level up, so probably give that to Fenris, and probably give this right here to Carver. Sure. Let's see, that's warrior. It's better than that. Okay, cool. That's really good for Varric. And then in the Black Emporium, I think they give you another ring. And the ring just gives you a point of cunning. That's it. Like really nothing else that's worth shit. But it's a point of cunning. And you need Varric to have all that stuff. And this right here, that's pretty gangster. So I think we're giving this to Aveline, because we're gonna have Aveline pretty much all the time. So I'm gonna actually equip that, and then I might as well just equip that and equip that, and then we give this to Aveline, and then we give that to Varric. If Varric can equip it. If he can't, then we'll just give it to him later. And then we give this to Aveline, and we give this to Aveline. And she's our money maker. pretty much from here on out. All right, and that's it. We don't have to. I don't have to deal with all the extra bullshit. All right, cool. And then I guess we go to the Black Emporium from here, right? Yeah, I think we do. Then once we go to the Black Emporium, we get the Rune of Fortune first, and then we deal with whatever we need to respec, and then we go back to Hightown, and then we make our circle, and we start going to all these different places. Once we've got all of our stuff installed, money-making stuff, and clear out Hightown, or yeah, Kirkwall during the day. Anyway, I'll be back. Yeah, let's go here. I said I was going to stop, and now, well, I just can't. So I guess we're just going to do this real quick. One thing about this game, though, if you're gonna min-max your entire playthrough, meaning that you get all the stuff, you're not trying to min level, you're trying to max level. Playing this game, if you're gonna min level, that's some coward shit. That's some like doing the minimum in Mass Effect 2 so that you can feel OP as a shooter, but you're really exploiting the fucking game because you're not doing all the stuff in the game and experiencing it. Yeah, man, I don't respect that at all. Here, I'm like, if the game, if it's available to you, do it. A, for the money stat, assuming you're not cheating and doing the infinite money glitch, which you can do here the same way you can do it in Origins. Origins, there's a call for it because crafting does have some economy value. It doesn't have any economy value at all in Dragon Age 2. So getting max money is just you wanting money that you haven't earned. In Origins, you can get to a point where you can earn infinite money, like any kind of merchant, and there you go. Doesn't exist in Dragon Age 2. There's nothing you can craft and sell it for more than you pay to actually make it. So, yeah, there's no profit to be had there. Anyway, let's go to the Black Emporium real quick. That's the mud. Alright, so we're going to have to keep some of this stuff here. We have no DLC, so this is going to go different. There you go. That's not a bad dagger. It's not great, but it's something. That leather cuirass is if you're a rogue. This is if you're a warrior. And this is if you're a mage. That's assuming you're not going to find any other gloves that actually give you a rune slot. And this is that ring I was talking about given to Varric. It gives him an extra point in cunning. So this is very minimalistic. Yes, signature edition rewards. This comes with the game after it's been updated. This is part of the Black Emporium. Those specific items have terrible stats, but what they do give you is a rune slot in a particular armor slot that you can't find rune slots in anywhere else. Although I'm not sure about Mage. Seems like Mage gets another set of gloves later that are like worth a shit ton of money, and they also have a rune slot. But regardless, doesn't really matter. Here we'll go over here. Like this is the rogue. Rogues do not get a cuirass, like a basic body armor that has a rune slot. So they introduce this to allow you to have one. Notice it has extra electricity resistance, which is specifically what rune you put in your armor if you're a rogue to not die instantly to the Ancient Rock Wraith and all those other assholes throwing lightning bolts at you the entire fucking fight. That's why you have this. This is an update. And then this is for a warrior to have a headpiece, a helmet, that has a rune slot in it. What would you put in it? Electricity resistance. Just lightning warding. Electricity resistance. And then this is actually better than what I have. But we pretty much keep this, since we don't have any DLC, we keep this all the way through Act 1. Sell that. And then we'll start finding some other stuff. So like this is a pair of boots, which the Black Emporium also introduced that to Gamlen's house. That's a pair of boots that has a rune slot. We'll be using that. We got to find robes somewhere. But if we don't and we're a mage, actually our magic resistance is going to be naturally high because we have a high magic stat, which also gives you magic resistance. So even if we don't get a lightning resistance rune here, that's fine. And then you got this. That's for Varric. That's for Varric. And what you want Varric is to have as much cunning, as many attribute points as he can possibly get. Cunning is the main thing, so that he can pick locks, disarm traps. Yeah. And then we're going to respec him, and we're going to give him a particular skill. Well, I'll show you. I'll show you here in a second. All right, so with me, I need to respec, and Varric needs to respec. So... have to have this and this. Have to have it. And then you could probably only afford like 3 of these. Yeah, you can only afford 3, period. So, like, that's it. That's all. And we'll save 1 for Anders. I guess we're probably going to get Anders first, right? All right, so... And everybody else will just naturally level, right? So what we want to do... I think. So I was going like a 7... I wasn't going 4 to 1. I was going like 7 to 2. But being a blood mage, if we're just gonna roll like that, I don't know that 2 to 1 is necessary. But 3 to 1. Anything more than that, I think you're actually casting spells that you can't afford to cast. You know, and you're just gonna kill yourself. You're gonna kill yourself before you kill the enemy. Especially if you got like multiple combo spells that you can pull off. You need to make that shit cost less, and you need to have enough health to cover it, even if it costs less. So the downside to this is we're actually reducing our magic stat, which means that our baseline number that all of our damage is multiplied off of is actually going to be lower. Even though we're a blood mage. You would think it'd just be uber fucking damage. I'm just gonna cut my wrist to kill you, but I'm gonna cut my wrist only if I have a whole shit ton of blood, and I'll kill you a little bit, but I'm just trying to stay alive. Like I'm really not a fan of that. But anyway, all right. So let's just get a basic. We're not gonna be blood maging it anytime soon, anyway. We want at least 15 willpower. Blood magic or not, you have to have a certain amount of willpower to equip stuff. Right? So that's 2 to 1. I'm going to say 3 to 1. I want to do a 3 to 1 ratio. 3 to 1. That means 30-10. Or a 5 to 2. That means 25-10, 50-20. Either 50-20 or 60-20. I'm kind of asking my character to do a lot more Like a shit ton more. I don't know, 2 to 1. Now 3 to 2, you go 30-20, 60-40. That sounds a little bit high, right? 60-30. Oh no. Wait. I was about to say 60-15. That's not good. Probably 50-20. Which is 25-10. 5 to 2. You can go 2 to 1 is 40-20. 3 to 2 is 50-20. Right? No. 2 to 1 is 40-20. 5 to 2 is 50-20. 6 to 2 is 30-20. You want to be able to cast spells. That's actually a really good question. I would say 60-20. 3 to 1. Instead of 2 to 1, I'm going to say 3 to 1. Or 5 to 2. 5 to 2. Yeah, let's try 50-20. Let's try that. $50-20 is 25-10. $50-20 is 25-10. Not 2 to 1, but it's not 3 to 1 either. It's like kind of in the middle and giving you enough health to actually cast spells. 50-20 is 25-10. But you need to build this shit up too. Okay, then I can make this 26-11, 28-12, 30-13, 32-14, 34-15, then goes 37-40-15, 42-16, 44-17, 46-18, 48-19, 50-20. That's actually like a really good pattern, I think. Yeah, true story. That works for me. That works 100%. Let's see. Nice. We're not going to do this yet. We will eventually get to that. I guess we're not doing anything in the spirit tree. I guess we're just not. level 5. All right, so she doesn't need to respec. All right, I need to get this to 26, so... Oh, wait, hold on a second. So I guess she gets this. It's health and money. And she gets this, I guess. Nice. So I got to get that to 40, which I'm going to get an extra attribute point. I'm going to get 2 extra attribute points. 2. So that would put it at 22. So that would only mean... Okay. All right, so if I get 2 more, that put it at 22, and 6 more levels would put me at 40. Right? So I can go ahead and just dump this shit into... Well, if I'm going to get 1 more of these, I'm going to get 2 cunning, but I'm only going to get 1 more dex. And then... Get 2 more cunning, but 1 more dex, and an extra point to all this shit. Nothing wrong with that. So 16, 21, then 22. Yeah. That works. So we're going to go ahead and take this. This is 20% attack. And if you stack your mage's stuff, that means we got to go get Anders like as soon as possible. But anyway, we definitely want this. All right. Nice. 2 points. No shit. Nothing. We got nothing here. Hey, what's up, T? What's going on, man? Dude. What are you doing up? Right? Okay. Until they have to have tactics here. Well, let's see. Self, any. Precision. We'll leave this open for Bianca. So what you do is you just turn this off. The game actually ignores it. Right? Just turns it off. All right, so enemy, like this is Varric's only job. Is enemy rank elite or higher. This handles assassins, bosses, dragons, Morsino, Meredith. It doesn't really matter. Right. Elite or higher. Stability. Pinning shot. So, enemy. Start using ranged attack. Attack. Alright, so this is going to be Bianca right here. Self, health, -25. Use item, health potion. Self, mana, -25. Use stamina draft. Alright, so now, I don't think bursting arrow back to back, you don't actually need that for anything, to be honest. So, like, this is literally the opening salvo. And then you eventually get Bianca right here. Knife ears. You can't even play an elf. You can't even play an elf here. Like, yeah, but, alright. Self any activate mode, elemental ages, like that's it, that's all. Alright, so stealth, mana or stamina. Use item, stamina draft, that works. And then self any. Okay. So that's on the off occasion. That sounds like indigestion. That sounds like indigestion, bro. That's like a dream about indigestion. That means it's some for real type shit. Hey, T-Verse, did your sandwich have pork in it? Was it like a ham and cheese or some shit like that? There's actually a message in your dream. If your sandwich had pork in it and you're eating that shit anyway, yeah, it is actually coming to get you. You should probably stop eating that shit. Remember, a pig can consume a corpse that died from AIDS and some kind of fucking infection that even penicillin doesn't deal with. And you know what happens to the pig? Nothing. You know where it stores all that poison? In its fat. If you like bacon, ham, or any of that other bullshit, that sandwich is actually coming to get you. Maybe there's a lesson to be learned there. I don't know. Maybe it was a turkey sandwich. I guess in that case it doesn't really matter. But if it was a ham sandwich or some poison shit like that, maybe it's actually telling you something. You should stop eating that shit so your quality of life is better. Because it's fucking poison. So, no, it was beef. Okay, Philly cheesesteak sandwich that's coming to get you. Well, that's just because beef is gangster as shit. And yeah, it doesn't get any better than that. So, you know what? All good. Glad you came to stop in and say hi here, though. But if it was a ham and cheese, like, that would totally be the meaning of that dream. I'm just kind of making that up, but not completely wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a thing. Anyway, if you're eating swine, you're doing yourself a serious disservice. Yeah, but a Philly cheesesteak, oh my God. A Philly cheesesteak is so good that I could see it attacking me like Godzilla, and I'd be like, okay, Godzilla Philly cheesesteak. That's legit. That's legit. I will allow you to trample on my entire city. But can I have another Philly cheesesteak? Just asking. Just throwing that out. Hey, Godzilla, you gonna let me have one more? Because that shit's amazing. You know, that type of thing, right? Nothing wrong with that. Anyway. All right, I think did I get everybody's tactics set? Yes. Yes. 100%. Yes. Yes. I mean, yeah, really. Nice. Yeah, absolutely, man. The cheese and the thinly sliced beef, and then the what do you call it? A hoagie roll, a sub roll. I don't know. Like Philly cheesesteaks, they're best when they're on that soft ass, wide, chewy dough. It's got to be chewy. If it's not chewy, it's not a Philly cheesesteak. It has to be a chewy bun, a chewy bread that it's in. It's got to be chewy. Yeah, that's a true story. Yeah, Philly cheese is pretty friggin' amazing, especially when it's got the green peppers and it's a thing. Anyway, all right. Let's get out of here. So I guess we've done everything we're gonna do here. I guess. Don't have any extra staffs. We got a good cold staff. I mean, I guess that's cool. So let's go put this Rune of Fortune in Varric's armor. That needs to be next. Yeah, right. Do that. Oh no, don't do it.
I only advertise the truth. You still with the Red Iron? It was just a year you were with them, right?
Still trying to ferret out everyone's business, I see.
Of course. How else do you expect a dwarf to make a living? I'll tell you what. I still have my old contacts. You need some rune crafting done, I can arrange it for you. Take care, Hawk. Don't get dead.
Don't get
Maybe
dead.
I should put you to use.
Have you penned some warnings for the lawless?
Most criminals take readers.
Bro. $68, really? Okay.
Seems like pacifying the nobles.
Pictures, then. It was just a suggestion.
Well, how about a giant sign that just says don't? You could hit people with it.
Bodan Feddick, purveyor of
Bodan
goods both common and rare,
Feddick.
at your service. And this is my son, Sandal, who is as brilliant an enchanter as you'll ever find. Say hello to the nice human, Sandal.
Hello.
We shall be accompanying your expedition and providing the needed supplies. It's all quite exciting, isn't it?
The thought of
I
adventure
use her
does make me
to
giddy.
get infinite money gain. That's what I use her for, honestly.
But I digress. Do you wish to peruse my wares, or perhaps make use of Sandal's unique talents?
Enchantment?
Just so.
One of the best combos I found is, honestly, whenever I'm playing, if I'm playing a mage, then I don't need Morgan. If I'm playing a rogue, then I bring Leliana along as well. And then it's pretty much just Wynn and Alistair. And if I'm playing a warrior, I still bring along Leliana as the rogue. And then, yeah, I mean, like, you get it, right? Now, I've never replaced Alistair as tank. Like, just replaced him, like, completely. Myself. Yeah, never really found a way to mitigate the damage if I'm not playing sword and board. So, yeah, it's not a good thing.
You two don't seem the sort to hire onto this sort of expedition.
My son and I have never played it safe. Never captured a tried and true roads. In fact, we have just returned from adventures while accompanying the hero of Ferelden, legendary
I'm literally about to get off here in just a second. What time is it? I know it's only 3 in the morning, but I have things to do today and tomorrow. I'll be back on tonight. I want to actually just get to a point where I know where I'm at, and I can just stop, and then when I just jump in tomorrow, I don't have to go, like, what did I do, and what did I not do, and all that bullshit.
So you helped to defeat the Blight?
I mean, maybe this would probably be the best spot. Like, literally right here.
The hero of Ferelden is a fine man.
Sorry if you guys just got up and you're like, hey, I need something to do for the next couple hours, and I'm like, yeah, I'm like getting off right now. Sorry if that's disappointing, but I have things to do. I really actually do. Oh, it's been freaking awesome just doing Dragon Age shit and talking about Dragon Age shit. We had some like really good topical like deep dives tonight. Like really like stuff. Like shit to think about. But my problem with that is you don't get your questions answered because after Dragon Age 2, Dragon Age is dead. And if you don't like that, it doesn't mean it's not dead. It's like literally dead after Dragon Age 2. Inquisition is no, you got Inquisition. That's not Dragon. I mean, it's Dragon Age 0.01, sort of. And then they just got like super lazy, and then they tried to be Bethesda and recreate Skyrim in their own RPG, which failed miserably. Sorry, man. Inquisition is a major fail as far as a BioWare Dragon Age game is concerned. It's as much a fail as Andromeda. Actually, it's more of a fail than Andromeda, because at least Andromeda brought some RPG value to the game. Inquisition got rid of any RPG value that it could have possibly had. That's a fact. So, like, damn. Anyway,
let's see what your son can do.
Thanks.
Jumping!
You probably put that in there. But anyway, the one thing I definitely need is, like, where's Varric? We're gonna fortune, and then we probably put this in Aveline's shield. Just give her some more, I don't know, what would you call it? Tankiness? Tankiness. Although she can't even actually, like, wear that yet, right? What's this take? Takes 20 strength and 14 constitution. She apparently doesn't have any of that. No, she got the, she needs 14 constitution. One more point of constitution. All right, that's fine, I guess. Just whatever. If you say so. Yeah. That's cool. And that's going to Varric, but Varric can't even use that yet. It's like, this is just bare bones. Yeah, this is actually a good spot. I think. Yeah, because I haven't looted anything yet. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I actually haven't even done anything yet. All right, so when we get back, either tonight or tomorrow night, or both, whatever, we'll start here, and then we will explore pretty much all of Kirkwall. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. All right, I'm just gonna do that. It's been like smooth sailing so far, so like we're totally good. But yeah, that's what I definitely want to do. All right, guys. I'm gonna go find something to eat real quick, and then get some rest. I gotta work tonight. Tonight is my Friday. Yeah, tonight is my Friday. So hopefully we can stream unimpeded for the next couple days. But yeah, there's stuff going on. So I don't know. Doesn't matter. Tonight, one way or another, I'll try to get back on, and we'll just do this. I got a really good build in mind for this. Pretty much doesn't really come to pass until Act 2, I think. So we got to get through Act 1, do all that stuff, go into the deep roads, do shit, kill shit, do more shit, and actually build this thing the way it's supposed to go. We'll see if it actually works. I don't know. The only downside is I think I'm asking too much. Too many spells to be cast in quick succession, to where you don't have enough health to actually cast the spells unless you have enough shit to reduce the cost of the spells, as, you know, considering your health. I mean, like, I think I'm projecting an Act 3 build in Act 2, and I don't know that that's actually going to work. But I don't know, we'll see. I mean, it could be, like, just cool as shit. We'll see what happens. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I'm going to go find something to snack on, and then try to get some sleep. And then I've got things to do today, and then I got to work tonight, and then after work, hey, man, it's my Friday. So, hey, there you go. Anyway, good night, guys. Y'all take care. If I don't see you tonight, then, yeah, you have a good rest of your week. Yeah. I mean, it's Monday, right? Yeah. Don't treat it as Monday. Treat it as a Friday. If you can treat your Monday as a Friday, you're winning already. You're literally winning. That's a true story. Anyway, good night, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry we're not streaming like forever, but, well, maybe later this week.